I would like to call this meeting to order. Can you hear me? Doesn't sound like my mic is on. Is it on now? Ah, there we go. All right. Thank you, Jesse. All right. Do I have a motion to adopt an agenda?
I'll make a motion to adopt a flexible agenda.
And I'll second it.
Motion to adopt a flexible agenda made by Ms. Miller, seconded by Ms. Jansen. All in favor, say aye.
Mr.
Oh,
President,
I'm sorry.
Public
Yes,
comment.
public comment. Thank you.
and two things. I believe you're going to remove item 12, correct?
Oh, yes, we are going to be removing item number 12, the MOU with the tribe. Thank you. All right, do we have any public comment on this agenda item? All right, seeing as there is none, we will close public comment. All in favor of a flexible agenda, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Vote is unanimous. All right, we will now have the Pledge of Allegiance, which I have asked Officer Krosich to lead us in. To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you very much. All right, we will now go to public comment. Correct? We could do the legal things now. So we will jump to agenda item number 8. All right, so we are going to do agenda item number 8, and we will turn the time over to Mr. Russell.
Thank you, Mr. President. Recently, the Douglas County School District Board of Trustees was issued findings of fact and conclusions of law by the Office of the Attorney General, State of Nevada, AG file number 13897-510, finding that the board at a public meeting in December of 2023 was found to have violated the open meeting law for cutting off public comment. The finding was that the decision to cut off was not a content neutral decision. And on that basis was a violation of the open meeting law. The AG specifically found that the comment that was being offered did not interrupt the orderly conduct of the meeting, which is always a paramount concern when addressing the appropriateness of public comment. And on that basis, ordered that you have this agenda item today to take action to acknowledge the findings. You were also required to put the order in the backup materials for this meeting, which you have done. So following any discussion that you choose to have, I recommend a motion that you acknowledge the findings in the open meeting law, findings of fact and conclusion of law as presented by the Attorney General.
Thank you. Do I have a motion?
You do need to ask for discussion at least.
Oh, right. I'm so sorry. Thank you. Is there any discussion on this agenda item? Okay. Should I do a motion? Okay. Is there a motion?
I'll make a motion as stated for the agenda
By the attorney?
by the attorney.
All right.
So that's a motion to acknowledge the findings of fact and conclusions of law as presented as set forth in the findings themselves.
Do I have a second?
Second.
So I have a motion by Ms. Miller, a second by Mr. Zinke. We'll open it up for public comment. Is there any public comment on this agenda item? Okay. Really fast before you begin, Ms. Hoganson, are you guys doing the timer? Okay. All right. Thank you.
Okay, my name's Leslie Hoganson. I'm the person that you guys are talking about. I wanted to read the whole 6 pages of the Attorney General's findings. I received from the office in full so that the public can see all the NRS laws that were broken by Susan Jensen on December 12th, 2023. I was commenting on Mr. Magnotta's statement on resigning from the Douglas County School Board. I was 35 seconds into my concerns when Jensen banged her gavel and said, "You're done. That's a closed item. Officers, if she continues, take her out." I asked that quoting anyone on the board was not allowed. Jensen said disruptive, repetitious, inciting others is an example of speech that is limited. The AG concluded that there was no disruption of the meeting of my what I was saying. There were multiple rulings by the NRS with NRS codes in this 6-page document that was violated by Jensen. The AG finds that the board's interruption of Ms. Hokanson both rose to the level of public comment restriction and was applied based upon the speaker's viewpoint. A speaker may not be stopped for speaking because the moderator disagrees with what's being said by he or she expressing. Jensen interrupted Ms. Hokanson and threatened to take her out. In her complaint, Ms. Hokanson asserted that she feared physical injury for being thrown out due to disability. I'd already had 18 surgeries. I've had 2 more since then, and I don't really need all this aggravation. Here, no such disruption is made by Ms. Hokanson, nor was orderly conduct made impractical by her comments. Ms. Hokanson was directly criticizing the board actions related to an agenda item the board was to take action on, resignation of board member. There does not appear to be any improper motive. Ms. Hokanson's testimony, the chairperson's interruption of Ms. Hokanson appeared to be a knee-jerk reaction to what she perceived as a personal criticism. In this particular instance, the example Ms. Hokanson violated was an incident of name-calling made by Jensen. Ms. Hokanson was not hostile toward Jensen during her public comment, where a public commenter is stopped solely from criticizing the performance of a member of the board. Multiple codes were broken. Without any evidence of disruption of decorum, disruption of the meeting, or inciting of the public to disrespect the proceedings, the AG cannot find no justification of Jensen's action to limit Ms. Hokanson's public comments. Unfortunately, I can't read the whole 6 pages in 6 minutes. I can only highlight a few examples given by the NRS codes being broken. In the complete letter, it goes into details and gives case examples of how many NRS codes were broken. I ask each of you watching the meeting on Zoom and those present to please read the findings of the AG's office of the multiple codes that were broken. Please take the time to read this. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
And I really think you should have read the whole thing for everybody to see. That's what I wanted, because I want this to be on record. I want this to be on the YouTube so people can watch it.
It is on record and we did read it. It was part of our board packet. No, I haven't.
Adrian Sawyer for the record, parent of 3 DCSD students. There's a unique danger when posed when public officials attempt to regulate public sentiment. To test the soundness of their policies and leadership, a democracy requires that citizens openly critique elected officials. The freedom to critique elected officials not only helps shape public opinion, but also holds elected officials accountable to it. The AG correctly held Trustee Jansen accountable for restricting Ms. Hokanson's public comment based on her viewpoint. The opinion noted, quote, where a public commenter is stopped solely from criticizing the performance of a member of the board, a violation of that person's First Amendment right occurs. Left unchecked, such an action sends a chilling effect to members of the public who wish to voice legitimate leadership concerns and criticisms, that such an opinion may be met with a similar instructions to take her out. Such an action is impermissible and a violation of OML. While the OML opinion does not require Trustee Jansen to apologize, it would go a long way in restoring public trust if she did. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Sorry, I had to scramble on this one. Busy day. Hello, my name is May Hyatt. I'm a mother of 2 kids in the Douglas schools. I'm also here to discuss agenda item number 8. So evidently a trustee was found in violation of open meeting law at a previous school board meeting. I hope that the school board and the trustee liable addresses this issue with the utmost seriousness. Don't just acknowledge it. According to public comment, you have the authority to change. I want you to change. There are consequences for your actions, and you must be held accountable. Miss Leslie Hokanson deserves a full and complete apology for the way she was treated, not only for this isolated incident, but for the numerous times she was denigrated, insulted, and pressured to complete her public comments. Quite honestly, as a community, I feel we all deserve an apology. Several people have been the subject of attack by some members of this board. Slanderous comments were made regarding our character, libelous statements published in the Nevada Globe about several members of our community. Public comment is designed to hold you accountable. It's designed for taxpayers and voters to voice their concerns to elected officials. Shutting us down and threatening us with removal is wrong. Putting in earplugs during public comment to deliberately not hear us or listen to our concerns is wrong. Or getting up and leaving deliberately during the middle of public comment is wrong. You are elected officials. You're supposed to be here to listen to us, hear our voices. It is your job to hear us, listen to us, and hopefully change. Just because not all of us are here today doesn't mean that we're not listening. I know that I'm not always here, but I'm still listening. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Is there anyone else in the audience? Okay, we'll go to online.
Appreciate you for the record and your ability to speak.
Hi, yeah, Colin Burrows for the record. I got a student here in our school district. Anyhow, I also on agenda 8. I'm deeply concerned about this item because for the past 2 years, we've witnessed trustees Jensen and Burns engage in behavior that can only be described as harassment and bullying directed at Douglas County staff, fellow board members, and members of the public who do not align with their extreme political agenda. As a result, we have lost superintendent, 6 directors, and a trustee representing more than 240 years of collective experience and institutional knowledge. This is a staggering loss to the community. Trustee Jensen went so far as to publicly insult a grandparent using offensive language, yet there were no consequences from the board. Later, Jensen, Burns, and Dickerson were sued and lost a case for violating public records, costing the county over $240,000 again, with no real accountability, consequences from this board. No apologies, nothing. In that case, also, Trustee Jensen submitted a sworn affidavit and later changed her testimony under oath, an act that constitutes perjury. Still, no action, no sorry was taken. Now, multiple lawsuits are pending against Jensen and Burns for harassment and targeting of staff members, including a lawsuit against Jensen and Burns from the previous HR director, and the current IT director has a lawsuit again. Yet again, no actions or accountability from this board for this members committing such horrible things. And today, here we are again, discussing another issue stemming from Trustee Jensen. This time, the harassment of members of the public, not giving them full public meeting. Will there be any consequences this time? Will there be a censure? Will anything actually happen? I ask this board, how much more damage must be done before action is taken? Trustee Jensen has caused more disruption and harm than any individual in the history of Douglas County. At the very least, she should be formally censured. Better yet, Trustee Jensen, I respectfully urge you to resign. For the good of the community, please take your decisive conduct elsewhere and let Douglas County heal and move forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we still have more online?
No, that was it, but we do have Dave online.
Oh, okay.
Do we,
Thank you.
should he be a panelist to be able to present? Okay,
Yeah.
then I'm going to promote him to a panelist. One moment.
And once public comment is closed on this item, if the board wants any further discussion, Mr. Burns can obviously participate in that, but
Okay.
the minutes should reflect that whatever time he joined, that he is a part of the meeting.
Okay. All right. Is there any further public comment? All right. Seeing as there is none, we will close public comment. Is there any further discussion? All right, then we will go to a vote. All in favor of the motion, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes unanimously. Did not hear him. Mr. Burns, can you hear us? We cannot hear you.
I can. Can
Okay.
you hear me?
Were you able to cast your vote on that last vote?
Well, you didn't hear me.
We did not hear you.
I cast in the affirmative.
Okay, so the vote was unanimous.
Yeah.
All right. We are going to jump to item number 13. We're not taking public comment because I don't want to cut public comment off, and we have to start our budget meeting at 4:30. So we have, I do not remember your name. I'm very sorry. Jackie is here to discuss our MOU with the Community Counseling Center.
And Mr. President, I'm sorry to interrupt. When you say you're not taking public comment, you're not
Oh,
calling
we're not taking
general
public
comment.
We're not taking general public comment yet. We will start that after we take the budget hearing.
And item 13 is an action item though, so you will take.
It
public
is.
comment.
Yes, we will take public comment on action item number 13. All right, Jackie.
Sorry.
And introduce yourself for the record,
Yes.
please.
My name's Jackie. I work with Community Counseling Center. Carol, our director, unfortunately couldn't be here, so I'm sitting in for her. So we'd like to have an MOU with Douglas County to offer in-school therapy provided by our therapists. So this MOU, I guess, would be approving that.
Does anyone, are you ready for questions?
Yeah.
I'm assuming that everyone had the opportunity to read the MOU. Does anyone have any questions for Jackie? This is not
Mm-mm.
hard.
Yeah, separate.
Yeah, this is the Community Counseling Center. I read the MOU and I thought it was very inclusive and I thought it was great. It's
Yes.
a great service that you guys will come to our
Yeah, thank
students
you.
working with our families.
Yeah, and we reviewed it too and think it looks good.
Yeah.
President Wagstaff,
Yes.
Executive Director Brown is going to come up and just give a brief explanation of how we do therapy in our schools.
Oh, what a great idea. Yes. Thank you, Mr. Brown.
I love that it's free. It's wonderful.
First of all, I have to defer to Gentry Hames, our lead social worker. She provided this for me. They do it mostly at the high school. So first of all, they get consent from parents to make a referral. The admin and other staff are made aware when relevant. They make the referrals. They get consent from parents to allow students to be called out of class. They do everything they can to avoid core instruction periods. The pass is sent discreetly. Therapy is conducted in a private room. Kids are pulled for about 50 minutes and then students not pulled from the same class twice in a row. So it's kind of how it works.
Thank you.
The high school is great. We have had several parents reach out and ask about the middle schools. So I'm not sure if this would be for all the schools or just Douglas, because we've had a lot of those calls.
My understanding in reading it was for all
Okay,
the schools,
perfect.
correct? Okay.
Perfect. That'd be great. Yeah. And we'll work directly with the school counselors who make the referral and
Mhm.
on scheduling and appropriate
Okay.
times.
Perfect. Thank
Yeah.
you. Any other questions? All right.
I do have one.
Oh, okay.
I just, I'm big on, parents knowing exactly what's going on. So
Absolutely.
what are the conditions, to what parents know and what they don't know when the counseling is happening with their child?
So we'll get parent consent prior to having the first therapy appointment. And then typically our therapist will follow up with the parents if there's any cause for concerns or we need to change their treatment plan up a little bit, wherever they see fit per the therapist. So we don't do any type of treatment without the parents knowing.
Okay. I understand if it's, something that has to do with, actual problem would be the parent. I understand that would be something different, but I just wanted to know on anything else, because I'm a big one of parents knowing what's going on with their child.
Absolutely. And our therapists also encourage family therapy. So if, say, the adolescent is struggling at home with the parents, we will slowly try to incorporate family therapy. So it's a full engagement of the family.
Great, thank you.
Yeah. Thank you.
All right. Any further questions? Ms. Miller? So are these therapists employees of Douglas County School Districts? They're
No.
separate.
Yep, they're CCC employees.
Okay.
Yep. And well, same with like billing, we'll worry about that. We have a grant right now. We do accept Medicaid, so we're fully responsible.
Sorry.
Yeah.
And Aaron, the context for where this started was kids would get pulled out for therapy that their parents wanted them to participate in and then not come back for the whole day or miss half of a school day because they got to drive to Carson City or Reno sometimes. So the whole thing was to minimize the disruption to their school.
Yeah, thank you.
So what is the difference then between this program and the one that we'll hear about in a moment, the Heart for Youth, please? Yeah. What would be the benefit of both? Like maybe is a better question.
Yeah, so I know like right now we've already been working with the Heart team. So as parents call, if it's an immediate crisis, we ask them if they, reached out to the Heart team. So we have been working hand in hand with them and will continue to. So our LCSWs are just for like the therapy aspect of it. So if they identify an individual also that say could benefit from our services, they could make a referral to us too. So ours is just therapy and case management. I think theirs is a lot of crisis, correct?
Yeah, Heart is like a 72-hour response. It's actually not. If it's an immediate crisis, Heart doesn't respond to that. They respond to a referral within 72 hours and just offer the family connections to resources. They're just trying to make it happen faster.
So then like we're part of that
And then you're,
resource.
yeah,
Yeah.
the counseling side.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Any other questions? All right, we will open it up for public comment. If you would just step to the side in case we have any further questions.
My name is Rob Lehman, parent of 3. I think this is a great thing for you guys to vote on. I just wanted to read number 3 from the MOU. It says CCC shall contact each student and their parent guardian to explain services and obtain appropriate consents for treatment before beginning any services. CCC will obtain a release of information from the student and parent guardian in order to facilitate open communications. Mr. Burns, I think you should just read your packet. Might answer some of your questions. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Lehman. Any further public comment? Was that a yes, we have one online or?
We're good online.
Okay, I was confused. Hi. Hi.
most of you guys already know me. My name is Valerie Luchman. I have a child at GES who would greatly benefit from both heart and community counseling. I have spoken to Miss Jackie today, and she did explain it to me as a parent. She did not know I would actually be here at this time. So I think we need it. Our kids need it. We have a lot of single parent homes. We have a lot of children who have been through traumatic situations, and parents don't have the leave to take their kids to doctors to get them help so that they can go to school and function in that environment. And something like this coming in to take them out for 15, 20 minutes at a time as a check-in would be absolutely amazing. And I would be ecstatic if you guys let something like this happen here. So that's all. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Val. Any further public comment? All right, we will close public comment. Do I have a motion from a member of the board?
I can make a motion. I move that we approve the memorandum of understanding between the Community Counseling Center and DCSD.
I'd like to second.
All right, I have a motion by Ms. Knighting, a second by Ms. Miller. Any further discussion? All right, all in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Mr. Burns, did you vote?
Aye.
Motion passes unanimously. Thank you very much. Thank you. All right. Yes.
You want to
Should
just
we
wait for 3 minutes?
yeah, we have to start the budget meeting at 4:30. So we just
Mrs. Estes, do you want to come up and then we'll start exactly
we'll start right at 4:30. You get to sit in the hot seat.
So for the record, we'll just take a couple minutes recess.
Yes, so we will just take a 2-minute recess.
You down from so they're going to be there. That's why I said, should I just go eat it there?
Yeah.
I should take it over there if they want it from here.
President Wagstaff?
Yes, Mr. Burns.
Yes, I'd just like to make a statement.
Okay, we haven't come back from recess yet.
Okay,
And we have to start the budget meeting at 4:30.
I know it. It's just the things that, the things that come up on these and are recorded online. When they're on an agenda and we have these meetings, we need to have, make sure
Okay,
that.
to cut
people
you off,
can hear.
Mr.
Thank you,
Burns.
thank you.
Okay. All right. We are starting our budget meeting. Sue Estes, you have the floor.
Thank you.
Our budget, we did not do a whole lot of changes. As a matter of fact, we did no changes except for one minor change because our superintendent was trying to be proactive in trying to save some money in his discretionary budget. It is going to be the recommendation for all of our groups and stuff to actually make some changes to their discretionary budgets. But we wanted to put that in there just because I think it's just one of those things that shows, you know, that he is really trying, and every little bit helps. So we did not make any changes to the tentative budget. So the final budget will be adopted as it is with that small change. We just don't know enough yet, but I do have some pretty good news. It's the summary of a joint subcommittee on K-12, and it is talking about moving money from the stabilization education account to the PCFP funding, which will be very helpful if that passes. And so I expect to see some different numbers that are coming through, and we will do some reconciliation of all of the budgets in December when we know. This doesn't mean that we're not going to continue to make some changes or to make some budget cuts where needed. But it is something that right now we need to build some things back into our budget, and that's we had to get rid of the contingency because we just had no money to fund what we had and then end up with an ending fund balance. So there are things that we really want to build back into this budget, but it's going to take some time and it's going to take some new money because we absolutely have no new revenue right now at this point. So we're hoping that this will actually come to fruition. And I think that we're not the only county in the state of Nevada that is actually struggling with these issues. So I do believe that this is going to be something that is actually going to be really helpful. And that really is all. And you have the budget that we have, that you can see the highlights. Everything has remained the same for the final budget. So, and Frankie was asking me today, does this budget go in and it's like set in stone? Well, it's set in stone as a projection. That's it. In December, the budget that actually gets created is really the budget that we live with, and that is actually recorded by the Department of Taxation as our budget for 25-26. So at that point, we will know more about how we're going to fund a lot of these things, but we are still going to be very proactive in actually staffing situations, changing what we currently have, making some adjustments in the things that we do across the board. And so that just, as you well know, that takes time. And it takes time to actually just make all these things happen, but we really do want to have most of this in place by the time school starts. So we will know more then. And that's really all I have on the budget, unless you can see something and have any questions about that.
I'm pretty sure that Miss Miller will have questions because she always has questions. She understands budget like we don't, but we try, we attempt. Do you have a lot of questions? Because she has one question.
I'll let Melinda go.
Okay, so we'll have Miss Knighting.
I just had a quick question on AR 603. It says if it falls below 4%, that then we have, let's see, the district shall develop a plan to restore the fund balance to a balanced budget. Will that be a formal plan that's brought before us, or is it? How does that plan work?
All the things that we are doing now are to get back to that place. This has been the first time in all my, lot of years here that this has ever been an issue. So, we need to get back to that 4% fund balance to start with, and then usually we'll have underspend. This is a very tough year that we're working in right now as far as how much money we can actually have for underspend. We may not have much. And so this has just been one of those really tough years. The state is aware of this, and we're not the only county that actually has this. So I think there's probably going to be some provisions that will allow us to come forward and plead the cases that we currently have with what we have. But I do think that they're going to look very seriously at the fact that if you lose enrollment at 250 kids a year, you have to do staffing changes. And so this is what's really going to be the end result of a lot of work, and trying not to completely deplete our forests, and, nobody wants to do that. Nobody wants to cut any position, but it really is at a time when we no longer have a choice. So
to be in compliance with this AR, would we get a formal plan then?
If that's what you're requesting, as placed on this agenda, the board does have the flexibility to provide direction. So if that's something you want to direct, then you can do that.
I mean, I think it would be good that we follow our policy on that, that we have a formalized plan and a time frame to get back to our 4%.
Yeah, we'll make that happen.
And that's probably going to have to be something that gets recognized and even, have a discussion with the Department of Taxation and the Department of Education. So that plan's probably going to have to be in place, and it's going to probably have to be rather quickly in order for us to be out of compliance. Otherwise, they'll hire a compliance officer to come in and make it happen. So, and we're trying to stay away from that. So that's kind of really our plan.
All right.
I have a question.
Yes.
We've had a declining enrollment for how many years now?
Well, we were held harmless up until 22, 23, at which the time that we started to have the declining enrollment, that's when it really hit us. And we probably should have done some major staffing changes then, but we were living off of the ending fund balance that we had in, 2021. So it was something that hadn't happened, but and this has been my caution, is that we really do need to work hard on this. We can't just allow for frustration and all those things to come in because they think that things are changing. We've had a pretty prolific district for a lot of years, and this has not been the issue, and it's not been something that we've ever had to deal with. So I do recognize it's not just Douglas County. There's a lot of counties in the state of Nevada that are really struggling with this very same thing, and probably will do just exactly what you talked about, is that they will fall below that threshold. And so it's going to have to be something that's brought before the state and figure out, and we will have to come up with a plan. Yeah, so.
Yeah, I basically asked you that. I had a fairly good idea, but I wanted to ask that question so it'd be on record. And people that listen to this afterwards to hear that information to me is very important. But also it's a cost. We're paid by the state. Correct me if I'm wrong. Paid by the state so much per child, and I can't remember, $10,691 or $491, something like that.
Well, I think there's a new number that just said we're going to get $10,622, but for the last 2 years, we've received an allocation per student of about $500, and now all of a sudden they've dropped that down to where we're only receiving an extra allocation of about $109 actually. With that, what they have done was fund the additional allocation that they had for salaries into its own bucket that actually takes care of the SB 231, but we have to use some of that to actually even balance this budget. So we're hoping that the numbers will come through in a much better way soon, so that we know that we can actually move forward. But I do think it's important that we actually get to that matrix that we really tried to talk about, that we've kind of adopted at our school district, to actually take that matrix to a reality and reduce the staff accordingly. So.
Yeah, you and I have talked numerous times, Sue, in the past, and also with that, not knowing what the state was going to do, but also I know that there's a per student cost in our school district, and I'm getting the feeling that that's not balancing out with what the state is paying us. So yeah, you got a juggling act here to more than just spending or looking at the budget of lost enrollment, but we also have, I think, an imbalance of how much we're spending per child, and doesn't necessarily. I think all the schools are different, but it's still something that the public and needs to be aware of. That what's happened in the past is now affecting us, and we just have to make the corrections. And I want to thank you for your efforts.
Thank you. I do understand that we do have a per cost, and we do that every year. We have to finalize that, and I do a per cost breakdown for every school and the per student factor that actually, and it is not coming to this number that they're giving us. And it's all over the board, as we well know that the lake schools are more expensive per student, and so when you put all that together and you try to make this make sense, the cost per student is actually rising above what they're actually allocating. So
I want to thank you and Mr. Alvarado for your tenacity of getting this corrected. So that's all I have.
Thank you.
Ms. Miller. So I know budgets are very tough, especially when you have a number that you're not sure what actually you're going to be getting for a student. I know that you guys have worked very, very hard at the district office to figure out ways to make that 4% happen. I've been a part of different meetings and I've heard different conversations. It's a very tough situation that we find our district in. Every little bit helps in finding creative ways to figure out how to reduce a cost. It goes back to that bottom line that we need to have that percentage. I've been in different talks with different people trying to figure out like, well, if we do this, we'll save this amount of money. Does that, every little bit helps. So I know it's tough. You used the year-to-date numbers, which obviously then shows that there's no increase, but for the budget, but we know rising costs. So that's going to be an interesting going into the new year, trying to figure out how to mitigate that. So I know it's a really tough situation. So I appreciate all the hard work you guys have put into this. It's a tough situation that we're in right now.
Thanks.
So I was looking, oh, may I speak? Okay. I was looking at this, it's pupil-centered funding, and they're saying here it's even under 10,000 for 26, 27, 26, 9,416 per pupil, 27, 9 would be 9,486, a little more, but it's even under 10,000. That's what they're it says anyway here, statewide base per pupil fund.
The statewide base is what they use for all the counties in the state of Nevada. And then they build off of that. They build off of our index factor. They build off all the things that actually contribute to, what a per cost per student is going to be. It just does not stay in line with, especially Douglas County, with the cost of living increase.
So they modify, okay.
Right. And so, unfortunately, we've never been in this position where we could not count on additional funds. Having our taxes kind of stripped away from us and sent to the state is something we have no control over. And we used to be able to count on about 5% every year as far as an increase, and we no longer have that. So it's just something, it's cut and dried. You get your money and that's it. And they give you so much per student. And there have been lobbyists and everything else. And in every school district in the state of Nevada, except for a couple that are really having rising enrollment, if you lose enrollment, you lose. And so it's just, we're in that position. And so we do really, truly have to kind of pull that all in and make some very serious changes that would not have been made in prior years. So.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
No, I was just
Okay.
going to ask if anybody had any further
So
questions.
I have a couple, and I don't know if you want me to give you a line item and you could reference it, or if you have it in the top of your head, or if but I'm on page 38 of 80, and I see that underline 2,900 other support all objects. The prior year for salaries was 1.68 million, and the current year ending is more than double. Can you explain that change?
The 2,900 captures several different things, and we've put more things, we put actually more budget into the 2,900. It actually pays for payoff for sick leave, payoff for vacations. It all gets bundled into there. And we just we actually happened to be a little low last year in that payoff because that has to do with retirees and that sort of thing. And also we have, and as you can see, we estimated it in the same way for the December amendment for the current year. So that's really just kind of a projection of all the miscellaneous things that we actually pay for out of the 2,900. So it's more in line really with the 3.4 as opposed to the 1.6.
Okay, well, but the 1.6 was actual, right?
It is, but it was based on a lot of different things. Okay, how many retirees you had, And then we also had some expenditures that we had to build into the current year. I'd have to go back to my whole detail list and see just exactly what that was, but it was a little low last year comparatively. And so the 3.4 is actually more in line with what we think is going to happen.
Okay. And
Okay.
then, coupled, I mean, that was one of the big differences here. The other is, can you explain maybe where, so a couple things. When I used to stand on that side of the fence, I never understood the different pools of money. So I'm wondering if you can explain the difference between the general fund and general or capital improvements and where those numbers come from, because I understand them now, but it's important, I think, that people know that, because it's really easy to see that we pass, you know, Scott's sitting here, we pass something that's a capital improvement like pavement or a roof, and it looks like we're spending money without recourse, and then we sit here and go, oh my gosh, we don't have any money. So
well, the capital projects is actually generated from a whole different revenue base. We have the residential building permit tax that we have to go to the county every 5 years and get approval for to continue that tax. And then the GST is something that is actually just a portion of our revenue that they couldn't get a hold of because it really had to be calculated as capital improvements. So those are our two buckets of revenue that we get every year for the capital improvements, and you cannot move money from the capital improvements to the general fund. So our money that we get structured from the state, it has to do with entirely per student factor. That's what the state money is, and there really is no other funds that are actually contributing to that except for our local taxes. So, which is disappointing, but it is the way it is, and you know, there's probably going to be a lot of people come forward and try to change that bill, but right now that's the way it is. So the general fund, when you see the revenue that is actually generated from that, you can see, and it doesn't have anything to do, we do have that 600,000 in our general fund for major maintenance, but that's the only thing we've really got that actually takes care of all the major maintenance in the school district. So, and so we do budget for things there that have to be done within the school and, you know, ongoing things that are going to happen every year. But when you see the revenue that's actually generated, what you really see is when you look at the expenditure side of the general fund, the transfer just keeps going up. The transfer to other funds, because the special ed, and they do address this in this bill, so I'm hoping that that will also increase the revenue for the special ed. Are you looking for what are our actual revenue sources for the general fund versus the capital projects?
Well, no, I mean, I think people are looking for that. Yeah. So one is a set standard by the state, correct? Out of the taxes from our county.
Right.
And then the other is just a per pupil basis from the state.
No, all the general fund money is a per pupil. That's what we get. And we do have some categorical things in the general fund, which includes transportation, because transportation under the old DSA model would always have, we always would get back 85%. I think it actually raised to 90% for transportation from the state. So that actually gets recorded as separate revenue. But it is still not enough that is taking care of all the transportation that is actually happening in the school district. The transportation costs are higher than what we get allocated from the state. And then the special ed, which is the local funding for 25-26, is actually going up because they took our 387 last year and recognized that we have for years transferred about $4 million from the general fund to the special ed fund. Well, this year we transferred 5.6 million. So those costs are escalating much further than we can possibly get money for. So that's the reason why there is such a discrepancy between prior years and now. The costs that we are having to build in our general fund are having to go elsewhere. And so, you know, if we could reduce some of the costs for special ed, but it has become kind of a big monster, you know, throughout the state. It's not just here. So did I answer your question,
Yes,
Mark?
ma'am. Thank
Okay.
you.
Was that all your questions, Mr. Zinke?
Yeah, I'm also wondering on another level, would it be better to do a significant portion of this in December? So as I understand it, this is a few days before this is due. It's a lot to go through, and then also it looks like they overlap with the actual expenditures versus the projected, correct? And so is it better to get some of this done? I know you're working on it tirelessly, so don't take it as I don't think you're doing the work, but as a board, would it be better to go over some of this way earlier to this degree?
You know, I think that Frankie has an intention to do that, to actually have some discussion with the board. In December is when we really get the final numbers that we need to have. We also get actual enrollment, which could be significantly lower again. So, you know, with all of those variables, December is really how we build our budget. That's what we live with. So it would be very helpful for the board to be involved in that. And I think that's Frankie's intent, is to actually get the board involved and make some decisions about certain things that I think would be helpful.
Yeah, I would love to see something similar to this earlier so we have time to.
Oh,
to do that.
absolutely. It's almost too hard to make some projections at this point. We don't really know the end result. We don't know the end numbers that we're going to get. And so right now we're just sending it in with, you know, some projection numbers that we hope will fit. And then, but in December, that's when everything gets trued up, and we recognize our actual enrollment, and we recognize what we're actually going to get from the state. And then we'll have an opportunity to, you know, lay that all out to see how much we can actually build into this budget and how much we have left. Maybe nothing, you know, but at least you would be involved in knowing that whole process, which I think is helpful.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
So just kind of an odd idea. It's something that I do with my bookkeeping clients, is I check in quarterly with them on where they're at with their budget. Like, this is what we looked at. And so I don't know if that's also something that we should be doing. Is maybe, I mean, obviously December is like the hard one, but maybe like September, October, like, hey, where does it look like we're going with this? Are we, you know, does something look really out of alignment, you know, based on cost, you know, just so that way we kind of are already kind of have a pulse on it before that hard December deadline?
I look at it all the time.
I'm sure you do. I'm not saying you don't. I'm just saying for
I'm constantly comparing what we have
for
budgeted
us,
for
though, as
with
the
actuals.
board, just so we're aware.
Yes.
And so hopefully maybe, I don't know, we can come up with some other creative ideas.
Yes, no, I think that's helpful. And I think that Frankie's actually working on some other creative ideas that will help in the long run, you know, save costs and stuff. This is not, I'm just honestly telling you, it has kept me up at nights because we've never been in this position. And the fact that there were some things that probably needed to happen 2 years ago that did not happen, that of course have now the ramifications of that are, you know, immense. And so Frankie got left with a whole barrel of, you know, of problems here at the school district, and, you know, and I feel bad for him. So he's working very hard to try to, you know, and we work together on that. There's always ideas from different places and stuff. And there are some savings that we think that we can make still. So, and I think that would be helpful for all of you guys to be involved in that, you know, to actually, to see those things and to recognize what may or may not be helpful in the total, in the long run for the total budget.
I can add to that as well. So we had to abandon the 1% contingency that's required within our AR 603, as well as an NRS. We did that for 24-25 as well as the 25-26 budget. We can plan a special meeting in October of next year or do this within a regular meeting. I can work with our trustee officers to plan that. And then we can have a presentation for you, and then you can give direction.
That's for building it back into the budget.
Correct.
Yes.
Yeah.
Because right now we've had to abandon it. And, you know, we've never had to abandon a contingency. And I can only remember one time in all of the years that I've worked here that we've actually even spent part of that contingency, but it is part of our underspend. And so it really does help to have that, but we had to abandon that this year. We've never been in this position. So this is one of the other things that we want to try to build back into our budget, to get it to a 4% and to actually build in that 1% contingency. So.
I know, as I've had conversations with other districts across the state, they are in the same boat. I think
Right.
one district in our state is not, but that's it.
Yeah.
Everybody else is hurting. So
Well,
and
I
the
know Mark
state's gotta
Mathers
take that
from
into account.
Washoe was, was pretty distressed at our CFO meetings, and he said, how do you build a budget when you're already $10 million in the negative? I mean, that's pretty hard.
Yeah.
So I think that this bill, hopefully this will happen, and where they are going to actually do some different funding and take it from the state stabilization account to actually provide to provide revenue for the schools. So, yes.
All right, any further questions for Ms. Estes? All right.
I just want to be sure that we thank
Yes.
Sue for all the work. I mean, I think she now dreams about this budget, and that's a pretty bad one. Yeah, just thank you. Thank you for
You're welcome.
Yes.
all you've done.
We really,
appreciate
we really appreciate all your hard work and
Thanks.
dedication to our district. Thank you.
Thank you.
Sue.
All right.
Oh, and if I might suggest something before you go, the capital projects is a huge part of the budget.
Mhm.
And so it might be nice just to be able to hear that right now so that it doesn't get kind of lost in all of that.
Yes, that is
Okay,
the plan.
That would be great.
But we have to
Yes.
do
I
public
understand.
comment and make a motion on the
Right.
budget first. So, all right. So let's take a motion so that we know, so we can inform our public about what the motion is.
I'd like to make a motion to approve the district's 25-26 tentative budget and adoption of the final budget as written.
And may I just add maybe a suggestion on the motion? So it's a motion to approve it as presented and as written, which is perfectly fine. I would suggest that you direct the superintendent to file it appropriately with the state.
Okay, should I add that?
Yes.
So moved.
All right. Were you going to second? Okay. So we have a motion by Ms. Jansen and a second by Ms. Dickerson, and we will now take public comment. So Sue, if you want to
Step
scooch on
away.
over to the
I can
side,
do that.
that would be great.
Leslie Hokinson for the record. I'm wondering if you guys have discussed or concerned about what's happening in Texas. The governor is going to take away $10,000 for each student if they want to go to private schools or charter schools. Have any of you thought that this might happen in our state with Lombardo? Just asking a question.
All right. Any further public comment? Mr. Swisher.
Good afternoon, Marty Swisher, Gardnerville resident. I did email all of you some kind of framework to think about this. And again, this is a tentative budget, so it doesn't lock and load everything. But the concern I had 2 years ago, and I will say this publicly, Sue Estes is one of the few people that I would trust my life with. Because when I was at Douglas, she made sure that we never got sideways or overspent on the $400,000 budget we had. So I trust her implicitly. 2 years ago, when we looked at pay increases for teachers for all staff, and the state was also allocating some funds to increase that, that was of concern to me because with declining enrollment and that increase stays forever. It does not come off. So it's there. That's a fixed cost. And to me, that's the one thing y'all better be paying attention to. And the result of that, in part, because over 80% of the budget is staffing. It goes to staff, whether it's for salary, for benefits. You don't have a lot of room to make other adjustments to get to that 4%. The public needs to know that there's probably, over the course of the next couple of years, there's going to be a reduction in force, and it could be very significant. We're probably going to lose teachers and staff. That's just the reality that I see. Now, if I'm wrong, and I pray I'm wrong, but that's kind of where this is going to go in my view. So the public needs to be aware of that, and they need to understand the hard work that this board faces and that Superintendent Alvarado faces. There's going to be some seriously difficult decisions to make over the course of the next 2 years. This budget that is proposed, and when it gets taken care of in December as far as getting firmed up, I commend Mr. Alvarado. He's done a great job of trying to get everything that he can back to where it's going to fit into the budget. And my fervent prayer is that we don't have any curveballs that come in. So if the state comes through with more funding, fantastic. But if they don't, and if we drop an enrollment in December, you may be having a really hard discussion. So I commend you. I think you should approve this tentative budget. And I hope that things will work out for Douglas County. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Swisher. Do we have any online?
Negative.
All right, any further public comment? All right, public comment is closed. We have a motion on the floor. Is there any further discussion?
Yeah, I've got something. So,
Okay.
With regards to declining enrollment, I think it's important that we acknowledge that our town is very much becoming a retirement town. The average age in the ranchos is 55 years old. The average and median house income price are extremely high. And so we need to implore our county to increase the amount of affordable housing, whether that's apartments or first-time buyer homes, whatever the case may be, because it's really expensive to live in our town. And you're seeing it with every year we lose 200 and some odd kids because we're not gaining kindergarten kids. Our enrollment is tanking.
Mr. Zinke?
Yes.
But that's not on the agenda.
Okay. Well, it's part of the
But
budget.
it-
and
it's-
I'm
it's
talking
all
about our
true.
budget.
All right. Any further discussion? All right. All in favor of the motion on the floor, say aye.
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 Any opposed? Mr. Burns, did you?
Yes, aye.
Okay. Vote was unanimous. All right, so we will go right into agenda item number 7, our 5-year capital improvement plan. You're up. You're in the hot seat.
Thank you.
Take it away.
Scott McCullough, Project Manager, Douglas County. President Waxaff, members of the board, today here to discuss and adopt the 5-year capital improvement plan. I mean, I think that was a great point that Trustee Zinke brought up about funding, because again, we don't have enough money to do the things we need to do. So we prioritize projects and get them done over longevity of time to keep the district without failures in the mechanical, electrical, plumbing, and architectural systems. We basically, there's 2.8 million in the CIP fund. Approximately 600 goes to IT every year, which leaves us approximately 2.2. We've prioritized that 2.2 over the next 5 years, and it's dominated by the mechanical, electrical, plumbing issues that we've had. Again, we've had assessments done over the last 5 years to show where we are, the age of the equipment. And we've really gone through and assessed which systems need it right now. And again, we've changed this year from priorities that, have moved up to a higher need of replacement. Last year's CIP, we were going to do boilers for 2 years. We're doing the first phase of boilers this year, which is at 25, 26. But next year we've shifted to air handlers, a couple elementary schools that are in excess of 20 years old that we just can't risk, losing during a school year. It'll affect program, it'll shut down, facilities, and, that will not happen on our watch. So we've changed that around a little bit. So we'll do the boilers this year, as you see in the 2025. And again, you see the design money for the mechanical engineering firms that we'll contract with. And that needs to be done the year before we do that project. So you see that line item for 200 annually, which is a high number. We never spend that. But again, there's also soft cost to a project. permit fees, fire fees, and other fees, boiler permit fees. So we never exceed that 200. And again, that number not used will be carried into the next fiscal year. So again, the big projects will be boilers this year, rooftop units on elementary schools next year at Jax and CC. Then we get back to Carson Valley Middle School, which we did a phase 1 HVAC last year. We were going to do the second phase this year or this fiscal. Again, that's been moved 2 years out because we believe that equipment will last until then, and priorities are higher in those other projects. And it goes on and so forth within getting back to boilers and more HVAC, in that fifth year. The other items you see on this year's CIP is there's an MEP not defined. There's $300,000 for that because every year when we get into these projects, we have needs that we didn't identify, but we want to have some funding in place. So again, that unidentified MEP money will take care of other items that while we're there on these projects, we can take care of. So again, what's not spent by that will go into next year's CIP, for a greater scope in the projects. And the DHS tennis court project, I'll let Superintendent Alvarado speak on that, but that's all I have and available for questions.
All right.
You want to hear about the tennis project? Or
Oh,
no?
yes, let's do that first.
So JD Frisbee, town of Minden, approached me and asked to meet at the Douglas High School tennis courts. He got some funding that he'd like to use to retrofit those courts and upgrade it from having 4 courts to 6 tennis courts, put in new lighting, and also add pickleball courts at the southwest end of those courts, with also 2 restrooms, a male and female restroom there. And so in partnership with the county, we'd like to move forward with this project.
And that would be available to the public,
It's available to the public, but it would
not during
utilize,
school hours?
correct. So
Okay.
we would have the same partnership where our PE classes are able to use the tennis courts. Our athletic teams would be able to compete on those courts. And then the pickleball, that would be accessible during school hours for the public.
Okay. All right. Now let's go to questions. Anybody have questions?
Is there any plan to complete the fencing at DHS anywhere in this plan?
No, that's not on this 5-year CIP plan. But again, there are other projects that Sue's referring to where we have another funds where we have our maintenance projects. So there is other projects, that aren't 5-year, one last couple of months, we brought into our carpet maintenance, our roof and painting. We have approximately 400,000 a year to execute those types of projects. So again, we don't have any fencing projects on CIP, but again, there's as needed and as directed, there's funding available for other types of projects other than these CIPs listed on this.
Okay, thank you.
Completing that fencing, there's been some concerns, especially those outbuildings, that there isn't any protection for them. What does it look like to get that done? The fencing around those units, the mobile units that are out there without any kind of security.
You bet. I mean, it's the CIP plan is a living document, and we take direction from board and superintendent to list projects. And again, if we hear it's a priority project, they want it done, and we look for where we can adjust funding.
Okay.
And execute a project.
Great. So it can be moved around and things can be changed, then that's good. Because that seems to be a real concern for many parents. Thank you.
You bet.
So is that something we would include on the capital improvement project, or is that something we would do in our regular maintenance budget?
So there is 300,000 that's not defined. We can allocate some of that 300,000 to that project.
Is that something we would do in the motion, or
No, I can just carry
just
that out.
carry that out?
Yeah.
Okay.
I have a question.
Okay, Mr. Burns.
Yes, and this wouldn't necessarily be for him, but if you put the pickleball courts and stuff in there and we do this in partnership with the county, where does the liability fall on if somebody gets injured on those courts?
The school district does not own that land, Mr. Burns. That is county-owned land.
Okay, so it doesn't fall on the school then?
I will defer to legal counsel.
So in the way the project was defined or explained, this is going to be equivalent to a joint use agreement or interlocal agreement between two entities within the county, the town of Minden and the school district. That would require, once it goes, that would require one, the project being brought back to whichever board's actually going to construct it. And the use itself would be pursuant to either a joint use or an interlocal agreement, which would define all the requirements for insurance and liability at the times the parties are using them.
Thank you.
Scott, real quick, I noticed on the design work for the following year, Minden Elementary School is nowhere to be seen on the design work, but then there's a boiler for, is that because the design work's already been done for that
Yes.
project? Okay.
Yes.
And then I'm assuming you carry these out based on longevity and age of the building also? So
Yes.
like Minden would be less important than say Jacks Valley or Manili that were built about the same time?
Yeah, yes and no, you know, because they've already had, you know, the school's old enough, you know, where they've already had equipment replacement, you know, in failure. So again, we evaluate where it is, you know, and the last time the major equipment was changed and the problematic, I mean, again, you can have a piece of equipment that lasts 30 years, you can have one that lasts 15. You know, we never know the specifics of that age. So a lot of times, you know, we're fortunate we have, you know, a lot of those systems that we get more than the, you know, the expected 22-year life out of a piece of equipment. You know, but again, it's not just we're hoping that we get more, we evaluate it, you know, have professionals look at it, you know, and make recommendations that can go another 5 years, you know, to help us with the budgeting of projects.
Thank you.
Any other questions? All right, we will take a motion and then open it up for public comment.
I'll make a motion that we approve the district's 5-year capital improvement plan for 2025-26.
I'll second.
All right, we have a motion by Ms. Knighting and a second by Ms. Jansen. We will now open it up for public comment. Do we have any online?
No, ma'am.
Okay. All right, seeing as there is no public comment, we will close public comment and is there any further discussion? All right, we will go to a vote. All in favor of the motion, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes unanimously. Thank you very much, Scott. We really appreciate all your work. Thank you, Ms. Estes, as well. All right. So now we will backtrack on our agenda. No, we have not taken public comment yet. All right. We will go ahead and go to agenda item number 11, the interagency agreement with Hart. And I saw her here somewhere. There she is. All right. We appreciate you coming back. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you guys so much.
Does anyone on the board have any questions? Because we did receive information the following day, which was great. Very helpful. Thank you for sending that to us. Did you have a presentation that you were going to do, or she
No, it's
gave you
just-
the mouse, so I was not
No,
sure?
it's just follow up to the MOU. And if you have
Okay.
any questions regarding Hart, how we've been operating in the last month, any questions on the policy and procedures.
I thought it was great. It was well explained and the added information was very helpful. Does anybody else have any questions? All right.
Mr.
Well-
Zinke, did you get your answer earlier?
I absolutely did. Thank you so much. Appreciate you.
All right. Do I have a motion before we go to public comment?
I will make a motion that we approve the interagency agreement between Partnership Douglas County Inc., A Heart for Youth Program, and Douglas County School District.
I'll second.
All right, I have a motion by Ms. Knighting and a second by Ms. Miller. If you guys would step to the side for just a moment while we take public comment.
We're good online.
All right. All right, seeing as there is no public comment, we will close public comment. Any further discussion, questions? All right. All in favor of the motion, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes unanimously. Thank you so much for coming back. We really appreciate it. All right, we will now go backwards on our agenda, kind of jumping all over the place today, and we will take public comment. I do want to acknowledge that we did receive public comment that will be added to our minutes from Cheryl Bloomstrom, Marty Swisher, Martha Betcher, M.E. Kowchak, and Laura Cadeau. And so I encourage each of the board members when we get that at next month's meeting, make sure that you read those that will be attached to the minutes for this meeting. All right, so at this time, we will take public comment on anything not on the agenda items. Oh, sorry.
Adrian Sawyer, for the record, parent of 3 DCSD students. I am concerned about the change in meeting platforms. It is my understanding that the switch from Zoom to YouTube will save the district approximately $1,600 a year. At a time when every penny is precious, I understand the need for cost savings. By changing the viewing platform, the public is excluded from engaging in the meeting unless they are physically present. This means parents from Tahoe must drive down to the valley to give public comment. This is an unfair burden on Tahoe parents and really parents in general. I understand that written public comments will be attached to the record. However, that is not as effective because it is not given at the time the item is being discussed. Written public comments can be easily dismissed or forgotten. Board discussion can bring up questions and thoughts that the public would be unable to relay to the board. Recently, the board approved over $50,000 for board and superintendent training. Both are extremely important in determining the path forward for the district and the trustees, but I have a hard time justifying the cost of such training while limiting public comment during the meeting to save $1,600. I think public engagement is priceless. I understand that not every meeting will have people wanting to comment online, but the opportunity should not be taken away. As was brought up on the horizon, there are budget constraints due to the state budget and declining enrollment, the cost of living in Douglas County, and in addition, the fate of the Department of Education will affect states and ultimately super school districts. This board is going to have to make hard decisions that will affect every student, parent, and teacher in the district. Real-time public comment should not be limited to those who can attend the meeting in person. We all deserve a voice. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Rob Lehman, again, parent of 2, and I just wanted to come in today with AP testing being done about a week ago and talk about what great AP teachers we have at Douglas High School. I can only speak to those today of the ones my kids have. I know there are other great ones, but Shipley and Brown and Petite and Charles, I got to make sure I get them all. And I think that's all of them. They're great. They're wonderful. You guys have seen their performance, the way the kids perform under these teachers, and they're fantastic. I know I'm missing one teacher, and I feel bad about that. But they're just wonderful teachers. They have great. They do great with the kids, and I think we are lucky lucky to have them, and just wanted to take this time to say that. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Any other one online? All right.
One online.
Yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
Okay, please state your name for the record. You have the ability to speak.
Good evening, everyone. This is Shelley Speck. I'm a parent of a child at Gardnerville Elementary School, and I just wanted to weigh in briefly. I do echo the sentiment of the previous testimony, not to limit the Zoom meetings to and to get rid of them in order to allocate a more reasonable budget. It's important that the public has access to public comment and the board meetings while they're being conducted live. And I also want to reference an earlier comment about the concern for private and charter schools right now during this legislative session. And unfortunately for our district, we have many students that have a high level of need for MTSS or extra academic supports that charter or private schools typically do not provide. So over the long run, students with a high level of need mostly return to public schools, as charter schools don't have the capacity to accommodate them. So I want everyone to keep that in mind and not get too fearful of that encompassing in our area. And lastly, I just want to give a shout out to the new superintendent. I had a moment to take a look at his area of focus for his strategic plan. The key areas of focus couldn't be better. And I think he's doing a phenomenal job, and the district should be proud. Thank you and have a good evening.
Thank you very much.
Marty Swisher, Gardnerville resident. Echoing on what Mr. Lehman said, the AP program in Douglas County has been strong for many years because of the teachers and the dedication of the students and the parents. I had the privilege of proctoring a number of the AP tests this year, and I've done it for the past few years because I want to support the program and support the high school. The one thing that struck me, though, was a comparison in my mind between the AP test and the ACT test. I've also proctored ACT testing in the past. When you have a test where students have a high level of buy-in and they're invested in it and they will work very hard to achieve, you're going to hopefully get outstanding results when they've had the instruction that they need. I think there's a disconnect with some people I talk to in the community that ACT scores somehow reflect on that day's test what students have learned in 11 years. And I think the disconnect is many of the kids don't care. They just know they have to participate and not perform. So as we have that discussion about achievement in our school district and we look at those scores, I'm not saying they don't mean anything, but I'm saying don't put as much weight on them as I think some people in the community are doing. The other item I just want to touch on is the issue of respect for the board. We've had a long discussion about this. It's in your bylaws that you are to respect the public. And I think tonight was a test of character, or this afternoon. The issue that came up on a previous agenda item, which I will not discuss specifically, involved one board member, and there was an opportunity for that board member to make public comment and perhaps apologize for what happened and set it right. We often ask our kids to do that. We ask our community to do that. I think that Mrs. Jansen missed an opportunity tonight to set things right. And it's not a closed door, but there was an opportunity missed. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Allison Gray for the record. I also have a concern about that people will no longer be able to participate in these meetings, particularly if they are disabled. I feel like this is an unfair thing, and I wonder if it's even legal to exclude disabled people from access to these meetings, from the ability to speak. So I hope this is something you will consider. Thank you.
Thank you.
May Hyatt. Again, I have two kids in the Douglas School District. I wanted to talk about Pinion Hills and the shout out. So if you cut me off, I'm sorry. But before that, my daughter goes to Carson Valley Middle School. And I know that there are going to be some changes there in terms of administration. I wasn't able to speak to Mr. Alvarado and give him my insight and my opinions about who the next principal should be. I know that my daughter has some opinions. If you know my daughter, she's got thoughts. But I am praying and hoping that you have good leadership and you're looking for good candidates to lead that school. I know that you've got kids that go there too. And I want Carson Valley Middle School to have that same sense of community and fostering a sense of family the way that Mr. Reed does at his school. So I wrote down that I'd like to extend my gratitude and support for Pinion Hills Elementary. That's why I'm wearing this shirt. My daughter attended Pinion Hills only for 4th and 5th grade. And I can say that the community that Mr. Reed and the teachers and staff have created there is truly a wonderful place. Students, staff, and family alike enjoy being part of the mighty Mustang community. He helps to foster relationships with students and parents each day before, during, and after school. So when she transferred there and she didn't know anybody, he was one of the first people who would come out and greet her. And he knew her by name. And feeling seen, feeling heard, feeling safe is what it's all about. To know that you are valued. And that's so important. And I hope that's extended at also all of the different schools. So thank you, Mr. Reed. Thank you to all the teachers at Pinion Hills and all of the others that make all of our children seen, felt, heard, loved in all of our Douglas schools, because it's so important. Because when you feel that way, you want to go to school. There is buy-in, kind of like what Mr. Swisher was saying. And you want to succeed because you want to make them proud, not just your parents, but your teachers, your admin. So yeah, when you choose the next principal for Carson Valley Middle School, I pray that you give them guidance so that they will be a great leader for my daughter and for all of the other kids. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Casey Rogers for the record. I'm a little appalled right now because I see that Mrs. Dwyer is still sitting in her seat after formally lying to me, specifically in an FOIA request. Shocked that you're still there, still sitting there. And as far as it goes with you having to apologize, I would just like to say that this district with the former superintendent, he never apologized for the things that he did. He forced all of his staff and all of the children in this district into masks. And he was also proven that those were wrong and that he shouldn't have been doing it. So until all the teachers that participated and the former superintendent and anybody else who participates in things and forces their staff members, their children into not medical devices that do not work for pandemics, then I don't think you should apologize for anything. I think you've stood your ground. You've done what people have asked you to do. You were voted in, rightfully so. And just like the other three that were voted in, okay? A lot of it because of lies, and a lot of it because of all the hoopla that was portrayed to get their way. But don't apologize for the things you've done. You've done well. You've had a hard go too. These guys are having it very lucky right now because they're allowed to make mistakes, but you guys were not. You guys are going to be wrung through the mud like you already have been. So please don't apologize. Please just keep doing what you do. You're doing it for the children. All of us who know what really is going on know what you're doing for them. So thank you. And We'll see about that later. Thanks.
Thank you.
Hello, Melinda Matus for the record. I just want to or put a check mark against what Ms. Sawyer said in regard to having every parent be able to participate in these meetings. Some can't get here. Some might be on vacation but want to participate. It's a little distant possibly for students to be part of it. I know normally we don't hear too much from students, but we as a population of Douglas County should have the opportunity, and it shouldn't be limited by being able to be here physically. So just wanted to voice my opinion. I appreciate everything you all do and are doing and continue to do for our school district. Thank you.
Thank you.
Leslie Hoganson for the record. I agree with what the last couple of people have said in far as not having the ability for all of us to participate anymore. I've been recovering from 2 surgeries, and as you know, I have not been able to be at this meeting because I couldn't drive. I couldn't leave my house. And I did Zoom several times and made comments. And I think you're taking that ability away from all the rest of us, especially maybe not so much in the summertime. Maybe it's easier, but during the winter time, if it's cold out at night and stuff, a lot of us don't want to be outside in the cold driving here. So I really wish you would consider again what you're going to do, taking away the voices of many people that can't attend in person. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Any further public comment?
We're good online.
All right. We will close public comment. I did want to make a statement that hopefully will address some of the public's concern. We will be moving to YouTube, but we are still viewing our options as to how to accommodate the public and making public comment. So we have not completely ruled that out, but know that it's not something that's going to be easy to come up with. So we're looking at all our options. All right. Thank you. All right. Do we have closed session that we need to discuss today? Anything in closed session that needs to be discussed?
Yes, we do.
Okay. Then.
We should move to our leadership presentation. We have
Oh,
Mr.
right.
Reed
I'm
here.
so
Yeah.
sorry, Mr. Reed. Right? May did a great job. That's right. All right, Mr. Reed, we would love to welcome you to our meeting. Thank you for being so patient. It's just fun, right?
That's what happens when you transfer a file to PDF format.
Will you turn the microphone on?
All right. Appreciate the opportunity to be here and for my colleagues to be heard throughout the years at these meetings as well. So thank you. I'm not going to read our mission. I'm not very good at this thing. There's our mission and vision statements. We work on those as a staff. We revise them as needed. We feel like it really kind of captures us. You guys have had packets, so hopefully you've had an opportunity to read those. Happy to answer questions throughout or at the end. So it's pretty cool that I have the theme tonight for me is to really recognize kind of what May Hyatt talked about was what we kind of do for kids and families at our school. And I want to acknowledge that we have just an incredible staff. We have amazing families, and we have a really robust volunteer group. And I have some guests here tonight that I'd like to acknowledge. First, Steve and Leslie Reagan here. They are our Safe Schools. I call them security, but Steve says that's an exaggeration. They devote hours in the mornings and afternoons as an extra set of eyes at our school outside, keeping an eye on the area, making sure there's nothing going on that we need to worry about as far as safety. They are amazing. They're part of our staff. They interact with our kids, with our families, with the bus drivers, with our staff, and we just appreciate what they do so much. And it gives us another sense of peace of mind that if there's anything hairy out there going on, they call us on the radio, and I'll run out there and support them. And we've had some things we've had to deal with, and so I know Shannon started the Safe Schools program years ago, and they've stuck with it. They're the last of the marauders, just keeping an eye on us, and our guardian angels, and we appreciate them so much. So thank you. Also, Miss Tessa Cook over there is an amazing grandparent volunteer. She comes in and plays math games with kiddos. She has incentives talking about motivation that Marty Swisher talked about. Kids are motivated to learn. They're excited when she comes and takes them in their small groups and works with them in different math skills that they need to work on that's specific to their needs. And she gives the equivalent of really 2 full days throughout the week to work in different grade levels. And I'm hopeful. I know her youngest is a 3rd grader, so I'm hopeful that when they do matriculate out, that she'll continue to come back. So she, again, just another common face on our campus, and we really recognize her as part of our staff as well. Thank you, Tessa. She's not here tonight, but PJ Nosek has been a consummate volunteer for even before I arrived at Pinion 13 years ago. She runs our yearbook. She is the photography queen. She also does ceramics. So she brings in recycled like ceramic clay and does projects with either our fine arts program or with different classes. And she also filters in some other schools as well and does that ceramic stuff. And again, on campus all the time. I give her an office and she gets to just work away on that yearbook and is making sure that kids get acknowledged and recognized in the yearbook, and kids get opportunities to engage in hands-on ceramics. And then she actually fires the projects in her kiln, and which costs a lot of money for electricity to do that, and is just an amazing person. The other thing she does is really cool. She goes to yard sales over the weekends, and she comes in with wagons full of books, and she'll tell me that she got 50 books for $2 and puts books in the hands of kids. And so I want to acknowledge her as well. As far as enrollment, you see in that picture, we're recruiting. So that parent volunteer has a newborn with her as she's doing a reading group. So we're already recruiting before they even get to that, kindergarten registration. There's just kind of some nuts and bolts there. There's our enrollment. We kind of stayed there about the same as we were last year. Our performance, we really focus on growth. We want students to continue to grow. We don't say students have to be at a certain spot. We want kids to grow from where they are, and we really focus on that individuality. And then the attendance rates are part of the template, so you have the attendance rate there as well. Did you have a question? Yeah, for sure. We give them chocolate.
Good job.
Thank you. Our initiatives, one is the last couple of years, we've been really focusing on vertically aligned instruction with regards to, or vertically being aligned with regards to instruction and homework expectations. The goal is, as I told Frankie, is really making sure kids are hearing the same academic language and the same vocabulary from grade level to grade level with regards to math and writing and vocabulary. So it's not new and it's familiar. And so we can expand upon their content knowledge and their skill acquisition as they go through, as opposed to kind of reintroducing our vocabulary or our expectation or our procedure. For example, how to write a 5-paragraph opinion paper. We want to teach it the same way in 3rd grade, 4th grade, and 5th grade. So they're hearing the same language, the same academic vocabulary. They're using the same processes. How to cite text evidence. We want them to do it the same way in each grade level so that there's not a new process in place. Since we want to align all those instructional approaches. Same thing with how we're teaching vocabulary, how we're teaching math. That's kind of been the focus with our alignment initiative. And really the progress as kids continue to grow. They continue to make progress from where they start the year to where they end the year. And again, teachers get better because they're having better, rich conversations with each other about their instruction. They're not having fragmented conversations because they're teaching it a different way, and then they have to learn what the other person is talking about. Number 2, we started this last year. We have been fortunate to get the board intervention funds we've applied for each year, and we've utilized those to hire math interventionists. You hear about reading interventionists and reading strategists that we've had for years and years and years. In this last year and this year, we've been fortunate to find some people that are willing to come in and teach math and support our math interventions. And we do it a variety of models. Sometimes the teacher will say, take the highest group and really do these enrichment activities while I can work more intimately with these middle to lower students and really provide those targeted interventions. Or sometimes we flip it and we say, I'm going to work and push these higher kids, and you can take the middle kids, and maybe with the high kids and the low kids all work together, and we'll maybe help the kids make some meaning through the conceptual understanding with each other. Because sometimes the way a teacher says it may not stick, but maybe a peer says it and a student, it might stick because a peer might say it a certain way and they might go, that light bulb turned on and now I can do that and I understand that better. We've seen significant growth on MAPS and SBAC scores, on our math scores in the upper grades by using those interventions. We actually are able to hire half day if they want to. We're really flexible interventionists to work in grades 1st through 5th for periods of time throughout the year. This has been a fun one, just really focused on great engagement. We're really trying to decrease that screen time and really have more interaction between students, amongst students, and with teachers. And we're actually trying to carry that over into the home. And we've had a couple times this year where we've had like no screen November, and we have them all turn in their Chromebooks. And we have them logged that, and obviously it's the honor system, that they're not using any devices at home either, not just their Chromebooks. And we did it twice this year and had rewards for kids that met the expectation or met the goal. And they were super excited about it. And we had a lot of positive feedback from parents as well. All right, whoa. So our goals always are really to focus on that experience for every kid. We want a wildly positive, engaging, memorable experience for every student. And that's really our goal. And that includes parents, it includes staff. I want staff that are excited to come to work. I want students that are excited to come to school. And I want parents that are excited to come and volunteer, or grandparents that are excited to come and volunteer. The other goal is really to continue to focus on instruction year after year after year. And how do we meet the needs of all the different levels of learners? Because we can't just teach to the middle. We have to address every level of learner within that reading block or within that math block. We continue to focus on that. We continue to have conversations about it. We continue to observe each other and learn from each other within the building on how to best do that. That's the action plan. We want, our mantra is really to be the kind of supervisor, the kind of teacher, the kind of staff member, the kind of colleague we would want for our own loved ones. So 2 weeks ago, or maybe a week ago, we had a training over at the CVIC hall, and some guy from Franklin Covey came and did that training. And he asked everyone, what kind of experience would you want for your kids? And he listed a bunch of things that people said, right? Well, that kind of goes right in line with that. It makes it easy if you're focused on, I want to be that kind of teacher I would want for my own child. I want to be the kind of colleague that I would want for my own child. Some of us like me are old, so I have adult children who are in the workforce, and I want them to have a supervisor that treats them kindly and with respect, and I want to be that same kind of supervisor. The only problem with that one is if you don't like your family, it makes it really tough to sell to somebody. We want to provide a caring, loving, safe, supportive, fun, fair, listening, understanding, engaging, and challenging, reflective environment. Like May said, that's what we want for every kid and every employee and every family. And the timeline is every day, every minute of every day. And then to improve and grow really is to basically have a growth mindset for ourselves, and then in turn have it for our students as well. You can't have a growth mindset for students if you don't have one for yourself. So I show up every day seeking, what can I learn today? Who can I learn from today? And I try and model that for everybody. And I want the same for the teachers to show up and say, I might make some mistakes, but I'm going to learn something today. And we want that to trickle down to the kids. I might make some mistakes today, but I also want to learn something today. And again, we want that to be ongoing all the time. We're always learning from each other. We're always observing each other. We're always having reflective conversations and collaborating about how to best provide that environment for growth and for a positive experience. Again, thanks for the opportunity. I'll take any questions.
Any questions?
I happened to be with you at that training at the beginning of the month. So thank you for welcoming me to that table. So it was a lot of fun to get to know principals and administrators that I haven't been able to see on site yet. So thank you.
I just have to say, my kids have all gone to Pinion, and it's been great. It's a great school. It's a great environment, and I'm very grateful for you and for your leadership. So thank you.
Mr. Reed, I would ask you the same question I've asked all of the schools, but I do have the information in front of me here. Your proficiency in math and ELA is 70%, which is unreal across this county. I can't commend you enough for that. And I will say you're the first presentation we've had that gets to the real nuts and bolts of teaching and how you go through the process. It wasn't about field trips and experiences. It was about math and English and reading and how you're breaking through to the kids while continuing the individuality of such. So I really appreciate that. Obviously, I know there are some socioeconomic reasons there too, being in Pinion Hills, but it can't be unnoticed what you've accomplished out there. So thank you.
I just want to say thank you. Great presentation. And it's always fun to go to Pinion Hills.
All right.
Okay.
Thank you very much for joining us. And thank you to the amazing volunteers. Appreciate it. Our district would not be where it is if we didn't have great volunteers. So we just want to recognize that and say thank you. Consent items, yes. All right, we will go to agenda item number 5, consent items. All right. I always do this backwards. Do we need to pull the vouchers that we want to pull or pull?
So there's a couple things you can do here.
Consent, yeah.
I'd been given the opportunity to talk to Mr. Alvarado and Madam President about this. The flag or the consent agenda can be approved with one motion. You guys know that. If there are certain items within the consent agenda that you need to either make a disclosure or an abstention on, I would encourage you to make that before the one motion is taken on the consent agenda item. And I offered, if the board would like, to provide what I think is an adequate disclosure and basis for abstention. If you do that and you still take the one motion, the motion will just need to note the items upon which any board member chose to abstain. So for example, if there's a payment to a law firm related to a lawsuit that named individual trustees, said trustees would simply need to say, I have a conflict in a personal capacity because I was named in that lawsuit. On that basis, I'll be abstaining from approving that particular item.
All right. Echoing really bad. It's still doing it.
So, Mr. President, I didn't finish that. I'm sorry.
Okay.
So now you can ask if any board member wants to specifically pull anything or if there are any disclosures or abstentions. And if the answers to those questions are no, you can take action and note the disclosures and abstentions.
Okay. Does anyone have anything that they would like to pull from the consent items? Turn your mic on.
Can I speak to you really quickly, Frankie? Can I get up? Can I go speak with them?
We can take a recess.
Okay. Okay. I was having issues with and was helping me with the computer, which is back to not showing me anything. So voucher numbers, I was not able to see. And I want to make sure that I don't vote on something I shouldn't.
Okay. Yeah, well, we could take a 5-minute recess and then come back to this. All right, 5-minute recess. convening again. All right, so on consent items, back to, does anyone have anything that they need to pull? Yeah, you pull voucher or you abstain from voting on
Okay.
voucher number.
I would like to
Undisclosed.
abstain from voting on voucher number 2596 because I have, I'm involved in the lawsuit. Thank you.
And I'm with Catherine on that, so I'll be abstaining too. Thank you.
So just so the record's clear, you guys, I'm just going to help you a little bit. So you're both disclosing that you're conflicted in private capacity because you were named in that lawsuit. And on that basis, you're going to abstain from voting on that item, but you can participate in the rest of the consent agenda.
Yes, thank you. That's exactly what I'm doing. Thank you.
I also need to I need to abstain from voting on voucher number 2594 because I am on that voucher. I'm named on that voucher as reimbursement for my NSBA trip in April.
So, Mr. President, just based on something I heard, so much like the other two, you are disclosing that you are conflicted in a personal capacity because of a financial interest in the item. On that basis, you're not going to vote on that item, but you can vote on the rest of the consent agenda.
Correct. Thank you for fixing my wording. All right.
Hello. I fall in the same category as Dickerson and Jansen. And I have to abstain from voting on that as well.
So not to beat a dead horse, Trustee Burns, but what you're disclosing is that you were conflicted in a personal capacity because you were personally named in that lawsuit. And on that basis, you will be abstaining from voting on that portion of the consent agenda item, but you are able to participate on the remainder.
Correct. Thank you.
All right. Do I have a motion? Or is there anybody else that needs to say anything? All right. Do I have a motion?
I'd like to make a motion to approve the consent items, except for those that were pulled.
We're not pulling them.
Oh, we're not. We're just abstaining. Okay. So
You're
I
just
make a-
abstaining from voting on that one,
Okay.
but you're voting on the rest.
Okay.
This is the last thing you have to hear from me today. So it's a motion to approve the consent agenda item as presented with the abstentions noted for the record.
Okay. So moved.
I
All
will
right.
second it.
All right. We have a motion by Ms. Jansen, a second by Ms. Knighting. We will open it up for public comment.
Adrian Sawyer for the record, parent of 3 DCSD students. I just want to thank the board for being very transparent with your disclosures this time. And thank you, legal counsel, for explaining it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any other public comment?
We're good online.
All right, then we will close public comment. All in favor of the, Dave, did you have something you need to say?
No, go ahead. I'm sorry.
Okay. All in favor of the motion, say aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion passes unanimously. All right, at this time, we are going to allow our legal counsel to leave to save money for the district. We have confidence that we can do the rest of this. Thank you very much, Mr. Russell. We appreciate you being here.
Thank you for helping. Less painful.
All right, we are now going to jump. This is the fun of having a flexible agenda. We are moving to number 14, and we would like to invite Jordy. I don't know your last name. I'm so sorry. Foster. Jody Foster is going to be presenting along with Melissa McKinney. Thank you for coming.
President Wagstaff, did you want to combine items 14 and 15?
Oh, can we do that?
Yes, you can.
That's a perfect idea. We're combining 14 and 15. So policy and AR.
Okay.
Take it away.
Okay, so I am your school nutrition director,
and Melissa is the nutrition coordinator. A little bit about us, just really quick, is we lead a program of exceptional nutrition professionals and a warehouse team. There's roughly about 40 in our department feeding students across our district. So we're here tonight to discuss the board policy 808. And I'm just going to get right into it because I think you guys have it in front of you. So there's really no changes on 808 except for under related documents. We just need to update that because the state of Nevada updated their school wellness policy. So now it needs to be the 2024 link. And then that takes us to AR 230. That one's a little bit more, there's more updates there. And really we're just mirroring the Nevada state wellness policy. And so the updates that you see are us just trying to be consistent with their language. Yeah. So there's a few updates that are changes that I think are worthy to mention. And that would be beverages. We're now allowed to have flavored water that's carbonated and 100% juice items that is carbonated. That's a new one. On page 5, there's your eating environment, which is discussing the recess before lunch. This falls under a district edition that's not in necessarily, it's not worded that way in the Nevada State Wellness Policy. And my suggestion and recommendation would be to add that we would word it to say it is a recommendation that recess for elementary grade is before lunch. Because that's how they have it. And it gives the principals more liberty to be able to do what's best for their school and their schedules. Currently, there's 2 schools who do have recess before, and then there's 3 schools that have a split where they do both options. And then there's 2 schools that are not doing that. So it would make us all in compliance. That would be my suggestion. And then on some of the verbiage, it's just talking about different charting. The language hasn't really, it's not changed. They are just wording it differently. So, and on page 8, the addendum where it says water ices, which is Otter Pops, are not allowed. I think you had asked about that one. I wasn't actually even, I didn't notice that. So thanks for bringing that up. I think that would fall under the exemption category where schools that get the 2 days exemption every month, it would fall under that. So I think it would be worthy to take that out and remove that from our policy.
So
or
does that,
AR.
so do the is it okay if I ask you a question now? Sorry, while we're talking
No.
about, so do the exemptions include class parties? Is that something that the principal would then talk to you?
The exemption
At the
days
beginning of-
do.
Okay.
So at the beginning of the year, we ask each site to fill out a Google Doc with their 2 exemption days. They pick those days.
Okay.
They just can't compete with our breakfast or our lunch serve. So you can't have a pizza party during the lunch hour at any school. You could do it after we are done with our serve on your exemption day.
Okay. And Otter Pops would count because I know a lot of schools
Yes.
do that, right? We have,
Mhm.
that's a reward at the, especially at the elementary level. That's a reward that they get, you know, whether after a walkathon or, you know, they've achieved a goal or, you know, end a
Yes.
school party.
We're fully aware.
Okay.
Yes, and actually our district is pretty good about designating those days at the front of the school year. So we already know what those days are, and if they have any changes, that it's constantly flexible and they can update that to be, you know, what they need it to be.
So it can change throughout the year if need be.
Yes.
Okay, that's good. That's really good.
Do you have any other questions?
Okay, I'm gonna be the devil's advocate here. On the board policy, 808. So looking through that, I mean, you said there's no changes, but I'm trying to understand what's going on here. So it lists Aspire seniors in good standing can go off campus. For Douglas High, it says juniors and seniors in good standing are allowed to have open campus daily. How come Wattell is not along the same lines?
That is a great question. I don't, I would have to refer to my supervisors. I'm not exactly sure. I think
don't
this was
know.
adopted in 2000.
I think it has to do when before we had the light and now that we have the light, I'm just playing devil's advocate and making sure that our students have the same benefits at all of our campuses.
That's a great question, trustee Miller. I think in this process, you could give direction to add Wattell High School. This is a board policy, not an administrative regulation. So you do govern that.
Olive, we would love to hear from you.
So at Wattell right now, how we do our like off campus or closed campus, whatever, we had a form at the beginning of the year. All juniors and seniors sent to their parents. As long as their parents give permission, we're allowed to leave campus any day if you're driving or if your parent gave consent for someone else to drive. We do that any day of the week as long as you don't have D's and F's. You check out with the designated teacher. You check back in with your designated teacher that you have to do. Juniors and seniors only. I don't know if that's the same as Douglas or anything, but that's just how we do it right now. I would tell I know.
So it sounds like our policy needs to be updated to reflect that Wattell is allowed to juniors and seniors that are in good standing can with parental
With the same
consent,
permission
with
that
the same
Douglas-
permission, right? So that it mirrors what we allow at Douglas.
Understood.
So that it's consistent across the district. I'm glad you brought that up. Thank you.
Sorry.
No, absolutely.
I was looking and I'm going,
That's why we have a board member from.
So I wanted to make
Lake
sure
area.
that we have, if a student chose to transfer from Douglas to Wattell or Wattell to Douglas, they're under they have the same
Absolutely.
policy. So
Absolutely. And this is a first reading, correct? That's what it says. So it will come back again next month with those changes to the policy so that we can approve it next month, correct?
Sounds good. We can make those changes.
Okay.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
All right. Any other questions? Thoughts, comments? Okay. A question that I did have about, and I don't know if this falls under the exemptions or not, but I do know that at the middle schools, they sell candygrams, mostly around Valentine's Day. How do those things fall under the AR the administrative regulation?
So the exemptions are so that way they can be serving items that don't comply with our smart snack guidelines. And so it would fall under that. So on the exemptions, the schools are pretty good about tailoring it to be around a holiday, where they're going to be celebrating. And it would just be on one of their exemption days.
Okay. So
It's
they
just the
can
handing
sell
out
them,
process,
it's
they
the
get-
okay.
yes.
All right. That was what I'm like, usually they sell them for a week, but they're just selling them. They just hand them out for one day and that's their exemption day.
Yes, they distribute them on their exemption day.
Okay. All right. Thank you for clarifying that. I appreciate it. Any other questions? All right. Then I will ask for a motion. Do we need to do the motion separately?
You can combine them. Yeah, they're combined items.
Well, I guess they are both first
Yeah.
readings. So if it's just a first reading and it has to come back, we're not adopting it.
Correct. We can make the change, bring it back the way the board wants.
So do we need to make a motion to make that change?
It's always clear if the board makes a motion and provides direction, in my opinion.
Okay. All right. Then do we have a motion?
I'd like to make a motion for board policy 808 to be updated. So George Wattell High School and Douglas High have the same off-campus open lunch wording in that policy and approve the first regulation 230 reading.
Second.
All right. We have a motion by Ms. Miller, a second by Ms. Jansen, and we will then open it up for public comment. So if you guys could just step over to the side, that would be great. That way, if we have any further questions. Thank you. Thank you. All right. Any public comment? Do we have any online?
We're good online.
All right. Seeing as there is no public comment, we will close public comment. And is there any further discussion by the board? All right. Then all in favor of the motion, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Dave, did you vote?
He's currently muted. Dave, can you hear us?
All right. Motion passes unanimously. Dave's not there, so. I have no idea. Oh,
I had it on mute.
yes. Did you vote?
Yes, you didn't hear me.
That's right. You were muted. So you voted in favor.
Don't you wish you could make that permanent? I'm joking.
I'm assuming that you voted in favor, Dave.
Yes, I did, dear.
Okay, so the motion was unanimous. Thank you very much, both you wonderful ladies, for coming and presenting. All right, we will now move to item number 16, the annual renewal of district property and casualty liability insurance through the pool. And I am sorry, but I do not know your name. Brandon Lewis will be presenting for us. If you'd like to come up to the table. Thank you for coming and being patient with us this evening.
Well, no problem. It's a pleasure to be here. For the record, Brandon Lewis of USI Insurance Services. We have the privilege of serving as the district's broker and also joined by Wayne Carlson, Executive Director of the pool. So yes, thank you, Madam President, board members, Mr. Alvarado and staff. We're here today to provide an overview of the insurance renewals. We have one option to look at. And if it works for the board, I'll start with Mr. Carlson. He was just going to provide a brief overview of some of the services and resources that the district has utilized recently with the pool.
Thank you. For the record, Wayne Carlson. There is a high overview in the packet of the services there, but I have some additional detail of some things that you've taken advantage of over the years. First, you have had two passive network assessments, one in 2018 and one in 2023. And that's an assessment by an IT security professional that tells you what your potential vulnerabilities are and gives guidance about how to shore those up on your computer systems. You've also, those assessments, each one of those is worth $18,000 and we paid for that. You've also had emergency operations plans developed. And those each, you had one in 2020. You had a pandemic response additional one in 2020, and then another one in 2022, each worth $8,000 that we funded. So there's a lot of additional things beyond the usual that you would find in a commercial insurance market that we provide to members. This is funded by members, and all of our members are local governments, cities, counties, towns, school districts, special districts. The next is grants. You've received a couple of grants. In 2020, there was one for $2,299, and then there was one which was the Open Gate weapons detection system in 2022. That was $22,461. Those were two, again, those are grants that we fund to reduce risk. You also participate in the Know Before, which is a phishing campaign system where if you click on the phishing email, you get directed to training, not to a hacker. So, and the value of that is about $6,201. And that again is funded by us. And then there's a ton of HR briefings and trainings. I think everything from essential management skills to advance essential management skills, things like that. And then in addition, we provided some risk management training, quite a number of them. We've sponsored a number of programs jointly with NASB. And we fund a lot of those. We also do cybersecurity webinars quarterly, and the folks are invited to participate in that. In 2025, we did the Nevada School Safety workshop that was done. And Alan Kalt, who's our CFO, very experienced comptroller, I should say. He's done board finance training to train board members on how to understand their finances and how the tax system works. And all those things are provided as included in the program. And then we have a very robust learning management program. And you guys take quite advantage of it. So far this fiscal year, you've had 4,596 logins to that system. And in fiscal year 24-25 so far, completed 4,681 courses. And so that's a very substantial, it means you're taking a lot of training. And the interesting thing is you look at the completed ones, just an example, equal education opportunity, safe and respectful learning, Title IX, mandatory self-reporting, code of conduct, political views in the workplace, prevention of sexual misconduct, public complaints and grievances, equitable education and discrimination complaints. Those were some of the high-level statistics, of the status of those courses that have been completed. So that's great. And then there also was enrollment in Douglas County School District policies and regulations. So that course was completed along with the bullying in Nevada, anti-harassment. So there's just a number of things that are available to you, and it's all of those things are included in the package of coverages and services, because our members view themselves as a risk management program first. And oh, by the way, if something goes wrong, there's protection from a liability standpoint. So we encourage you not to go wrong. So we give you some tools to help you not go wrong. But we know sometimes stuff happens. So.
Thank you, Wayne. Appreciate that. And then in the packet, there were a couple of PDF documents. One of them is the Nevada Public Agency Insurance Pool proposal. That's detail on that front. And then the other one is branded USI that has more information on other coverage. On the pool summary, the one with the nice, beautiful view of Lake Tahoe on the front, as you go through that, be happy to give just some highlights of the coverage. And if there's any questions, happy to address those. As Wayne mentioned, the pool is first a risk management program and a membership program for public entities in Nevada. And Douglas County Schools is a longstanding member, and insurance is an important part of it when things go wrong. And so as you go through the packet, there weren't too many major changes to coverage this year. The property coverage continues to be on a very broad form. There's a $300 million limit per loss, and the district happens to have about $296 million in values, so that fully covers those estimated values. You have a low deductible of $10,000 for property and liability when we get to that. And just down below in that table on the property page, a couple of big items are earthquake and flood. The pool does maintain significant limits for those, $150 million each. What I always like to note for our clients is that that is a shared limit for other members. So that limit of 150 million would be shared potentially with Carson City, for example. And there's a few other entities in Reno, Washoe County area that are in the pool. But they do evaluate that against the exposures. That value or that limit has been increased over the years. Years ago, it was 50 million, for example. No other major changes on the property. The next page goes over liability coverage. This is a wide range of coverage, anything from general liability for slips and falls on premises, auto liability claims. It includes things we call wrongful acts, which could be, allegations against a board or an employee. A lot of times these come up in terms of, employment practices cases. So the coverage really has a wide range of coverage for a school district. And those limits in general are $10 million per event and 10 million aggregate for Douglas County schools. Those are your limits. And then down below on that liability page, there is a sublimit for sexual abuse claims of 2.5 million. Most commercial insurers do seek to limit that. Most commercial insurers might offer $1 or $2 million limits there. So the pool does have a healthy limit, but it's not uncommon to have a sublimit on the form. And again, here you'd have a 10,000 deductible for those claims. Next page goes into the cyber coverage. As Wayne mentioned, they've provided some passive network assessments over the years to help you have the best defense you can. But if something goes wrong, there's coverage in this form from both a liability and a first party perspective. The liability coverage has $1 million limit. And the first party coverage, think things, costs that the district incurs to respond to the event, that has a sublimit of $250,000. New this year on the cyber form is a deductible. Previously, there was not one for members. They have imposed one that's basically 10% up to $25,000. Next couple pages go over environmental liability. Several years ago, the pool went out and bought a very broad coverage pollution liability policy for all its members. And so that's included as an additional benefit for members of the pool. And for school districts over the years, that could be as simple as, a student bringing mercury to school, not realizing that, after they've all handled it, they need to be sprayed down. So it could be a simple event like that or another type of pollution event. And then finally, the student accident coverage included for school district members of the pool. That's continued. I don't believe there's any major changes there. Any questions on the pool coverage? Okay, be happy to revisit that, but wanted to make sure we kept it moving for you. And the other proposal on page 5, there's an overall summary that you can see for the board premium summary that includes the pool. And we didn't market the pool this year because what they do is they market it for you. So each year the pool, Wayne Carlson and his staff, they market this coverage every year. They go to the broad insurance markets, they travel to London, and they negotiate this program for you. So it's definitely never something that's just renewed. One thing the pool's done really well over the last few years, and what we call a hard market, insurance rates, many you've probably seen on auto and other things have been going up. And I've seen the pool do a much better job than the commercial markets, just tracking metric against other insurers. So they market that every year. And so we've showed that as the recommendation for property and liability. Excess work comp is a little different. A few years ago, we actually moved the district from a carrier called Safety National because they were raising their minimum premiums. And so a few years ago, we got quotes from down in the middle of the page, you'll see Star USS as your expiring carrier, and that's US Specialty. A few years later, we've saved the money for a few years. Safety National just acquired that insurance company. So our underwriter got moved over to Safety National, and he said, I'm here now, and our new minimum premium by next year is going to be $100,000. So we took a look at that and immediately sent your applications out to other markets. There's just a few other carriers that will write this coverage, but we did get a very competitive quote from Incline Casualty, and you'll see that in columns 3 and 4 as a couple different options. My biggest comment there would be that for workers' compensation, it's really a long tail exposure. You want your workers' compensation insurance company to be there not just today, but 30 years from now, because they could be paying death benefits long after, you know, a claim, an event to a spouse or survivors. Safety National does have the highest financial rating of an insurance company, A++ 15. A++ is the highest rating for the level of management, and 15 is a rating of their policyholder surplus that they have to pay claims. Incline Casualty has rating of A-8, which is not a bad rating, it's just lower. So A- is still a good, strong rating for the management of the company, and 8 just means they have less, they're a smaller insurance company. They have less policyholder surplus, which is similar to a corporation where you might have owner's equity. Policyholder surplus is held and protected by the state that they're set up in to provide for claim holders. So the option, we wanted to provide it to you. Safety National would be your new carrier if we renewed with the current underwriter, and their premium would go from $62,000 to $72,000 this year. Next year, it will go to $100,000 minimum. And then Incline Casualty provided two options. One is a 1-year policy term for estimated premium of $50,962. The other option is we could bind a 2-year policy with your approval, and you'd save a bit. The premium would go down to $49,434. With workers' compensation, the premium is always audited. So we've got estimated payroll in here, and it's capped at $36,000 per year, so that you'll only see $25 million in payroll. At the end of the year, we'll actually audit it and find out how many employees you had at $36,000 per year, and you'll only pay a premium on that. So those are the options on the excess workers' comp. And then down below, there's a bond that the state of Nevada requires you to maintain. The other option is posting cash, but the district has this bond. Safety National is actually the bond surety for that, and that premium stayed flat at $6,435. Be happy to answer any questions that you may have.
No, you're fine. I do workers' comp audit as part of my clients' stuff. So a 2-year policy is huge for potential saving money. It is based on your payroll. So that is really nice to see. At least it's a lot more upfront, but it's a potential savings on the back end.
So what is the total savings if we do the 2-year?
Oh, it's a good question. I honestly don't have the difference there. And if you don't mind me piggybacking on the last comment, you'd actually just pay that in annual installments, the 2 years, so you don't have to pay that all up front. And then the difference would just be between the $50,900 and the $49,400. So it's not a significant premium savings. The benefit, I would say, is you're locking in the rate. So if the rate goes up next year for other clients, you would have a 2-year policy and that rate would not change.
Thank you.
You mentioned another rate that was going up to 70,000 and then a minimum of 100,000 the following year. What attributes that difference? Is that what all you could find and or is that the risk management portion and you have to be compensated for such? Why such a steep increase?
Oh, so that's the insurance company that bought your current workers' comp insurer, Safety National. They acquired the company that we have you insured with, and they looked at us and said, and we already knew this, but Safety National as a firm, they said our minimum premium for this type of policy is $100,000, and your expiring premium was only $62,000. So the underwriter said, I'm not going to do it this year, but by next renewal, if we stayed with that insurance carrier, your premium would go up to $100,000. So what we did is we went out and got the other quotes, and that's why we're presenting this Incline Casualty, because we didn't like that other option as much.
Any other questions?
I have a question. Within these options, is there any ability for the district to float down? So as we decline enrollment, possibly reduce staff, is there an option to go back to the pool and say, hey, can you look at this again?
That's an annual, Wayne Carlson, that's an annual situation, so we don't make midterm changes. Likewise, we don't make midterm reductions, nor do we charge you for changes that increase during the year. So if you built a school or you remodeled a building that costs more, we don't charge you more during that year. It would be caught up in the next renewal, which would be July 1, 26.
So then signing a 2-year agreement for workers' comp would potentially be, we wouldn't have the right to mitigate the losses of teachers if that was such the case.
The
Or
workers.
is it still going to be on the payroll either way?
The workers' comp would be different. So with the pool, you've got your property and liability insurance. And that's where, as Mr. Carlson noted, once a year, we turn in an application that shows vehicle counts, student counts, all those exposures. And that's just a snapshot that you're rated on from a few months ago. The workers' comp is different, where if your actual payroll is lower than the estimate, you do get some premium back. The minimum premium on the work comp is 90%, but that gives you a 10% buffer where you could get premium back off of that estimate.
Mr. Zinke, that's where an audit comes in. So what you have to do is you have to provide the 941s and your quarterly reports, and it takes a look at anything over the $36,000 cap is removed, and you're just looking at that $36,000 base, and that's what the workers' comp is based on for the audit.
No, I understand that. It just, if we were going to have a significant decline in staff potentially, the net benefit might not hit. Does that make sense? Because we're going to be still 90%. And if the decrease was significant enough, then the 2-year might not be worth it. That's all I'm saying.
No, but in regards to a workers' comp, it's based strictly on your actual numbers. And so what it is you buy a policy, but then as you go through, and then once we do the audit, you potentially get a refund back if you've overpaid based on those payroll numbers.
But you don't get it dollar for dollar. So we have workers' comp audits all the same, right? And it's projected and then it's actual. And what we have found is the actual, and I think you just confirmed this, the actual, if it's significantly less, they still keep a portion of that premium. They'll get you 90%, right? So that's where I was going with that. If
I have one more question. If we're anticipating reducing our vehicle fleet, when does that have to be completed by in order for pool to take another look at this?
Oh, great question, Mr. Alvarado. So the pool sends the renewal application to us in early December, and they request that back usually the first or second week of January. So that's the snapshot date. So probably end of year, because that way staff could give us that updated list and say, take these vehicles off. That would be a good time to do that by the end of the year.
Any other questions? Go for it.
So in approving this tonight, we would select which option we wanted to go with and when we approve tonight.
Yes, please. Yeah, we would just need your direction on which option for the excess workers' comp.
For the just for the workman's comp, is that what that's the only one we have to make a decision. Well, we have to make a decision if we're going to continue with the pool and the workman's comp choice, correct?
Correct. Yes. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Sorry. I just meant the only option where we need to know, which carrier would be the workers' comp, where we would need specific direction other than an approval.
Right. And then the bond amount is just a set. That didn't change.
Correct.
Okay.
So along those lines then, Frankie, and this might be an uncomfortable question. Do we have projected enrollment numbers? Do we have projected staff numbers that would be in concert with the decrease in enrollment in order to facilitate a better guess here or a better answer?
We do have some projected numbers right now. Kinder enrollment is up in the air. Our kinder parents tend to register their kids late in the year. And so we have a discrepancy in, what past projected enrollments had looked like to what our current enrollments look like today. We'll take another look at that, and it's going to change throughout the whole summer. And we anticipate being able to finalize those numbers at the beginning of August, right before school for kinder.
So if I'm projecting here, if we were to lose 200 students each of the next 2 years, what does the picture look like for staff losses?
Yeah. So right now we're really declining enrollment at the elementary level. So you can take 22-to-1 ratio to estimate that. So if you're looking at a reduction of about 220 kids, that would be about 10 elementary teachers. But we also have a class size reduction plan that we need to adhere to. And that I want to bring to the forefront to the board to understand that. And I'll do that in our individual meetings. I do have the last 3 years worth of information for plans submitted by the district. And then I do have an upcoming meeting with the parent who's upset about the current CSR. And so that I think we have to make a decision what we're going to do next year with our CSR. We do not have the funds available to staff at 16-to-1 in kinder, 18-to-1 in first, second, and third grade. So the district has always submitted an alternative plan at 22-to-1 or 25-to-1 over the past 3 years.
Okay, so remind me your name again. I apologize.
No problem. Brandon Lewis.
So Mr. Lewis, if we, I don't know if you have the numbers in front of you, what is that, what wages, what was the total wages number you're basing the workers' comp value on?
Sure. And just for reference, on page 5 of the USI proposal in the middle table,
I just couldn't find it.
the third row has a capped payroll estimate of 25,229,859. And so in general, that's 36,000 per person to figure, to determine that. But that's the estimate we were given for the renewal term.
Okay, so if our wages went down $500,000, do you know what the calculation would be for the premium cost difference?
I don't offhand, but because the 90% minimum premium gives you a 10% buffer, where so you're maybe to answer, if you don't mind me answering it a different way, that payroll could come in 10% lower than that. So that would be what, 2.5 million. Okay. So maybe that answered that well. Yeah, you have that room for return premium. It's just if you hit that 90, that's when, like you said, they hold it and say, we're not giving you any more back.
Okay, very good. Thank you.
You're welcome.
So if you look at the capped payroll estimate of the 25 million, and then you look at an average of 36,000, that's about 700 employees. Do we currently know how many employees we?
It's on the sheet in front of Mr. Zinke.
Yeah,
Do you want to read it?
So the number at 22-to-1 was about 10, right?
Right. No, I'm just asking how many current employees do we have for the school district? Number of employees is currently 7. So the renewal would be 716.
Correct.
And then if we're looking at reducing potentially with all of this would be 10, that would be still over the 700. So that's
the buffer still.
The buffer still there.
Correct.
So even the buffer for 2 years would make sense.
Yeah, agreed.
So it's better for us to do the 2-year.
Certainly seems that way. Yeah.
Okay.
I think also it locks in that price, whereas the option 1 was going to go up by almost 30,000 after a year. And I don't know how much this one may go.
Well, I think, isn't that
is what I'm saying.
That's the Safety National one.
But I'm
correct.
I'm guessing that even this would go up in a year. And if we could lock in
It
2
would
years
probably
at this
go up a
price,
little
I
bit,
think
yeah.
that's the best.
I would say in my practice, all I ever do is see workers' comp and liability rates go up also.
Right.
And so if we are being fickle about $900 or so, whatever the difference is there, I would rather lock that in for a significant
2
length of
years.
time. Yes.
Yeah. Okay, so now comes the fun part of trying to figure out how to make this motion. I'm going to leave that up to you, Miss Miller.
So I would like to make a motion that we renewal with Pool Pack, and in regards to the excess workers' comp, we go with Incline Casualty for 2 years.
Second.
We have a motion by Miss Miller and a second by Miss Jansen. We will now open it up for public comment. If you gentlemen would mind stepping to the side so we can take public comment in case we have any further questions. Don't leave. Okay. All right. Public comment is now open. Do we have any online?
We're good online.
All right. Seeing as there is no public comment, we will close public comment. Any further discussion by the board? All right. We have a motion on the floor. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Dave, did you vote?
Aye.
All right. Motion passes unanimously. Thank you so much for coming, gentlemen. We really appreciate your time. Thank you for being patient with us. Closed session now? Are we good for that now? Okay. All right. We will go to item number 3, closed session.
Oh, Bailey, yeah. They're really good sandwiches. That's where I go for my seafood. Jackwood.
That whole door, the legal application. Yeah, I used to. Like 30. That's not bad. You ever get up? No, I used to care.
Right before.
Oh. Right before, you know, not- then I just watched. Find me food. And always have those. Lightsaber message. Funny. I am. Boy, 30. Everybody else. You look at that, you look at me. That might be enough.
He's not that.
So,
Yeah.
you- Yeah. He doesn't. Couple. You know,
All right, just for transparency, what we discussed in closed session was the union negotiations. So, okay. All right, so we are going to move into, do we call them shout outs? Yeah, okay, we're going into shout outs because we've jumped all over the place on this agenda. So we're back at number 4. So take it away, Ms. Dwyer.
For our shout outs this month, we are going to shout out our retirees. So before the board meeting today, we had a retiree ceremony and we had about 16 retirees show up with their families and friends. And we were able to say something nice and pass out blankets. And we appreciate the years of service these people have dedicated to the Douglas County School District. And so I would just want to read off our names of retirees this year. So we have Becky Butler from our IT department, Jason Carter from our PDC department, Andrew Davis from Douglas High School, Audrey Elbogan from Minden Elementary School, GES, Chris Erb, DHS, Lynn Faulkner, CVMS, Mike Glenn, DHS, Amy Hope, George Patel, Heather Hoyle, Epic Coach at Scarcelli and Pinion Hills, Carrie Clubben, Scarcelli, Sandy Lampson, RBT, district-wide, Carrie McGill, DHS, Darcy McGinnis, speech pathologist at GES, Noelle Menacucci, CC Manili, Christy Morgan, Zephyr Cove, Susan Nalder, district-wide PDC, Ashley Nickel, Aspire, Nancy Peters, Pawalu, Lee Ricks, George Patel High School, Mary Beth Santos, DHS, Kathleen Sherbon, Jacks Valley, Katie Shipley, DHS, Carly Strauss, district-wide PDC, Debbie Thompson, Pawalu, and Gavin Ward, principal of Aspire. So we just want to recognize all of our retirees and their years of service and thank them.
Well, thank you very much. We're very grateful for all those great teachers and administrators and yeah, there were only 16 that showed up to the retirement thing that we put on. What do you call it? Ceremony. Thank you. Wow, it's time to go home, I'm telling you. I know, right? All right. So we are going to start in on number 17, the Health Advisory Committee update. All right. We just want to hear more from you, Ms. Dwyer. So take it away.
So our Health Advisory Committee meets monthly, as you know, and periodically I give you updates on the status of our self-funded insurance plan. And so we still have 2 months left until we finish out our plan year. We are currently 159,000 in the red. Our expenditures are exceeding our revenue at this point in time. Overall, if we're not hit with big claims in the next 2 months, we anticipate a larger ending fund balance than last year. So with that $1 million transfer from the general fund, we anticipate an ending fund balance at the end of this year to be 1.4 million. It might be a little bit lower, but ballpark, that's where we anticipate being. So overall, we're doing better this year. We've had more good months this year than we've had in years. And so overall, our plan is doing better. As you know, we did increase our premiums for dependents 12% this year. So that's helped with the revenue.
Are you up for questions now?
You can, let's do it.
So you said that you transferred $1 million?
So Sue does a transfer
Right.
of $1 million from the general fund to our self-funded insurance
And that's a
plan.
scheduled.
Yes.
transfer. Okay.
Yes.
All right.
We have done it since the 22-23 school year.
Okay. All right.
And we've had to do it to keep our plan alive and healthy.
So is our plan continuing to work for us? Or should we, as a district, start looking at other options?
So our plan is stable right now. The last time we went out and looked at other options was 2 years ago. I believe that the committee should consider looking at our options again. I think it's always good to shop and see what's available.
Right.
We did do a comparable to plans in our neighboring counties, Lyon and Carson. And our premiums, our copays are lower and our premiums are lower. And we're staying afloat right now. But as our employees drop, we're seeing less revenue.
Right.
Going out to other carriers, not being a self-funded plan, could be costly for our employees. And so it's something that we should research and look into.
Absolutely. I think we need to make the best decision for our employees. I say our employees, I mean the districts. We only have one employee, Mr. Alvarado, but he has a lot of employees. So anyway, all right. Any other questions?
I agree. It's always good to shop, just because you never know what's out there. You know, it's tough when you look at being self-funded versus going out to other carriers. But you need to look at what that bottom line is for our employees and what kind of financial impact that could have on them. And that's huge. So
I agree. And in the past, when we went out to other carriers, what happens is the first year,
it looked really nice.
It looks beautiful, right? Everybody's saving money, but then they have you and then costs increase, premiums increase, and then we are not able to negotiate. We're stuck. So that's part of why we have stayed in a self-funded plan, because we've been able to maintain costs and cover costs.
The last gentleman that was here, I think a couple years ago, really did speak to that, you know, we've got the best game in town. It may not be perfect, but it's the best game in town. So I'm look around, but it sounds like we're in a good spot as far as.
I just think we need to make sure that we continue to provide well for our employees. So.
Agreed.
All right. All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right. Mr. Alvarado, are you okay if we put the strategic plan in conjunction with your superintendent report?
Sure, no problem.
Okay. All right. So now we have the privilege of hearing our student representative, Olive. Sorry, put you on the spot there.
Hello, thank you so much for having me at this meeting. So happy to be here. So for our athletic updates to start, the Whitell and Douglas High School track teams had a very strong ending to their seasons in Vegas last weekend, with the Whitell team having first place finishes by Logan Robertson and Mylayla Martinez, and podium finishes in the high jump and our relays. The Douglas team also did well with a second place finish by Luke Davis in the 2 miles and many other accomplishments. I also want to give a shout out to our Whitell Middle School track team. They also finished their season with the girls. They won their championship. So we're all very proud of them. Yes. Also, the high schools just finished the AP testing. And I'd like to thank our Whitell boosters for paying for our AP tests and providing us goodie bags to get us through our week. Also really like to thank our Whitell and all AP teachers, especially They've taught us all throughout the year and then prepare us to be our best on the day, provide us breakfast in the morning. They're very nice. To give shout out to Mr. Shumshock, Miss Lamb, Mr. Height, Mr. Kelly, Miss Johnson, our wonderful counselor who coordinates all this, Miss Nair, and our vice principal, Mr. Pace, for proctoring all of them, even when it's just me and he has to sit there with me for 3 hours. So as our school year ends, our seniors are looking forward to their senior nights and award nights in the next couple weeks. And our Wattel prom is coming up on June 6th at Round Hill Pines, and the theme is Enchanted Forest. So decided to go to the beach. I've been coordinating with Miss Miller. We're working on a time to talk about our recycling and composting. I know we've both been busy, but yep. And I look forward to hopefully attending the NAS Academy Youth as a youth leader on June 9th up in Tahoe. Yeah. So thank you.
Exciting. All right, we will move into board reports. Mr. Zinke, would you like to start us off?
Yes, Mrs. President. So I went to a district-wide Franklin Covey training. We had the best table. No one can argue against me on that.
I was at that table. It was a great table.
Yeah, Yvonne and I had the best. We had the high school staff, Mr. Rex and his staff, and they really are doing some incredible things at the high school. Just hearing their cohesiveness and what they're trying to accomplish was awesome. I went to the regional track meet and also the 8th grade championships, which was fun. We've got a lot of talented athletes. I did a board training with Dr. Gore on Saturday, which was great. Gave us a lot of insight and direction on how to evaluate Mr. Alvarado. Went to the chamber meeting. The reports throughout the chamber meeting were that a lot of our areas, Jacks Valley, Gardnerville, don't have buildable lots. We're basically full. Minden has some as they come through with these different projects that have been approved, whether they figure out the roads or not. But Gardnerville's pretty much tapped out till Virginia Ranch gets figured out, and so is Jacks Valley. So as I said earlier, we probably need to say to our county leaders that we need some housing. And then lastly, I got to see the interview process for a candidate at one of our schools, and the transparency of that process was incredible. It was awesome to see how it works and see how all of the cabinet members and parents and teachers interact to decide what's best for our schools. So, thank you.
I was able to observe explorations at Jack Valley Elementary School, and I was so impressed by the variety of classes they had and how excited the students were to be involved in them. I attended the training with the Franklin Covey and the board governance training with Dr. Gore, and started the governance training with Dr. Alsbury, and also attended ethics training. I too attended the regional track meet at Douglas, and I just want to, let the coaches and the administration at Douglas know what a good job they did. That's a huge undertaking. It was the first time it was at Douglas, so they did an excellent job, and our athletes performed well, and it was a fun event. I attended DHS Spring Band Concert, and that's always fun to hear our music department. I attended the Northern Nevada Student Farmers Market on May 15th at the Capitol. Several of our schools were there, and I'm wearing bracelets from Pawalu and Scarcelli that the kids made. So I told them I would wear them at the board meeting today, so they're on my wrists. And I have their tomatoes, peppers, and rosemary planted in my garden. So it was so fun to see the kids be able to go up and participate in that. And then today I met I got to go to Douglas High School, and Leadership for Douglas County was there, and we took a tour of the CTE programs, and Kate Balagad led that tour, and it's always good to go see our CTE programs. And I was able to also sit as an observer on 2 of the hiring processes.
I just did 3 trainings, so had a little bit on my plate this last couple weeks. But anyway, Franklin Covey, that was awesome. Super funny guy, easy to listen to, and you learn a lot. Dr. Gore, another amazing person. And Mr. Ellsbury. That's kind of wraps up what I did. Thank you.
I attended a bunch of middle school track meets. One was at Carson Middle School, one we hosted at Wattell, and then the high school track meet also helped facilitate. So that was very interesting to see 5 schools come to Wattell along with our high school students facilitate that. I also went to the Taniva one at Carson High. So I got to see our 8th graders who last year took 7th grade. Last year in 7th grade took first place, and then this year took first place. So it's nice to see that the same students, they have that camaraderie and they keep going up, and watching them progress each year, which is really nice to see. I missed out on the Douglas track meet for regionals, but it was nice to hear that it was very well attended. I've had a couple one-on-ones with Dr. Ellsbury and Dr. Gore. I also attended all those trainings. I attended the leadership training with our site administrators. It was nice to get to know different site administrators that I don't necessarily see on a regular basis. So it's just nice to watch their interactions and how they feed off each other and the collaboration that they have. I have a talent show tomorrow night that I'm going to go to if anybody else would like to come to Wattell. The elementary school is performing a talent show, so it's super cute and a lot of fun. We have our senior award nights coming up the following week, and just a lot of end of the year field day, fun day things coming up.
Yes, I went to a couple of expulsion hearings and they were very interesting. I went to a couple DCSSO meetings, and I went to that leadership meeting with everybody on the board and administrators, and I really enjoyed it. Got to know a lot of people that I didn't know, so that was really fun. I did an ethics training, and I also went to the interview process for one of the middle schools, and that was really interesting. It was really well done. I thought that it was very interesting. There were 16, am I allowed to say that? 16 people there. And can I say that they had to do? That they had to do a presentation and answer questions. Okay, and it was just very thorough. You really got a good idea of who everybody was, even if you didn't know them. And I thought it was great. That's why we have such good administrators, because they have such a good process. So let's see. Well, we have today. Today we have the meeting. Tomorrow I have 2 expulsions, and Thursday I have the CC Manelli literacy judging. I think several of us are going. It was a very busy month. And then Saturday we had Dr. Gore. That was great. And then on Friday night, I spoke to Dr. Ellsbury. So last week was very, very busy, but I enjoyed everything. So busy time.
Thank you. So I haven't been able to attend any of the county commissioners meetings, but I have been able to listen to them. So that's been good. I've done a lot of the same things that Melinda has done. We kind of pal around together and do them. The farmers market that the kids did was, I don't know if any of you other board members had the opportunity to attend, but we went with I went with Jeannie and Frankie, and it was really great to see the kids and the process of growing something or making something to advertising and then selling. And it was really cool. It was really neat to see our kids succeeding so well. Met with Dr. Ellsbury last night, attended the training with Dr. Gore, attended the Franklin Covey training. I did have a NASB meeting last week. It feels like it was just the other day. And we had some really good discussions around budget and the problems that each of the districts are facing. There was a 5% increase to NASB dues that was passed at that meeting. It was going to be 8%, but given the climate of budget, they decided to postpone that and just do a 5% increase. It has been several years since there's been increase, so it's good. We have more meetings coming up with the rest of the year. We have our big event in December. It will be in Reno at the Grand Sierra Resort again. I know there's more things, but I did not write them all down. Anyway. I know I should pull my calendar up, but I don't want to open my phone because I'm sure my kids have texted. And I think that's it for board reports. So, are you back with us, Mr. Burns? You got to unmute yourself.
He's here, but he's still muted.
Okay. Well, we'll move right along and go into strategic planning, which is item. Is it really? It's not number 4, is it? It is 10. All right. Item number 10, review of an update of the strategic plan. Mr. Alvarado, take it away. And then go right into your superintendent report. when you're
Okay,
done with
there's a
that.
group of us sharing the strategic plan.
Very nice.
And then
Oh,
there
I'm
should be
sorry.
some discussion by the board.
Okay,
And then after discussion, I can go straight into superintendent report.
perfect.
All right, so the strategic plan was developed by Superintendent Lewis and the former cabinet team back in 2022. This is a comprehensive strategic plan. Strategic plan is a roadmap for continuous improvement. And it really helps us to align our priorities and make decisions that are going to help maximize our growth, right? You hear a lot about growth. To me and to our team here, that's the most important aspect. So our process, let's go ahead and talk about that, is we revisited this plan. We met with a group of teachers, parents, administrators, and some board member observers throughout the process. Each of the cabinet level team members here in each of the departments took a goal area. And each of those goal areas are, goal number 1 is student success with opportunity and access. That was facilitated by Shannon Brown and Leslie Peters. Goal 2 is highly qualified personnel. That was facilitated by Ms. Dwyer. Goal 3 is operations management. I facilitated that goal area. And then our final goal, goal 4, is community engagement. And Mrs. Sebahar facilitated the process for goal 4. So really the elements of a strategic plan is the vision and mission of the district. We plan on reviewing this with our leadership team. We're probably going to do that next Tuesday. As we learned in the Franklin Covey training, once your vision and mission is set, it needs to remain the same, right? And so we're just going to take a look at it, see if it still fits what we're doing here in Douglas County and the direction that we're headed. There may be slight revisions, there may be no revisions, but we will revisit that as a team. We've set core values, and those core values are integrity, relationships, empathy, collaboration, compassion, shared leadership, communication, respect, responsibility, accountability, and safety. And we did that within one of our leadership meetings as well. We've also set expectations for participation and preparedness at our leadership meetings. And so within this, we have 4 distinct goals that I've already mentioned to you. We went through a prioritization process. So each cabinet member presented their goal area. We facilitated some activities and gained some input with the strategic planning group. In addition to that, we had a student voice session where we invited secondary students from our schools here to ATC to do some activities. All have actually participated in that, so I'd love to hear her perspective on that process as we get towards the end of this. One thing that we need to refine with your input is how we can put some metrics to gauge our progress on our goals. So, through this process, our key focus areas for our next 2 years of this strategic plan are going to be the teaching and learning framework, multi-tiered systems of support, that's also referred to as MTSS, and career and technical education, and that's referred to as CTE. So I'd like to hand it off to Shannon and Leslie to review goal 1. And so you're going to see here some boxes that are checked, some boxes that are unchecked. Just because a box is unchecked, it doesn't mean the district has not performed this work. This is just going to be our priority for the next 2 years. And so don't look at it as unfinished work. Look at it as continual work that we're going to do, and we're going to try to measure progress along the way. After each goal, our cabinet members will ask you your input, and that's just a time for you to have discussion. This is not an action item. This is just a discussion only. So it'd be great to hear from the board about what you think about the goal area and the direction. Last night we did present this to DPAC, and we got some parent input, which each of the cabinet members will share the input for their each individual goal area. So Shannon and Leslie, take us away.
Sorry, like Frankie said, after all of this input we got from the other activities, then we worked in cabinet and looked at each of those goal areas and narrowed down what we felt they were telling us were the priorities. We're going to continue to work in all these areas, but we've set priorities in 2 in goal 1, which is the one, everything in there is tied to Leslie and I's office. And the first one is curriculum and instruction. Leslie's going to talk about that because she's been running the curriculum adoption process for the new ELA curriculum. And then I'll tell you a little bit about what our focus is on MTSS.
So we definitely heard from parents that rigor in classroom instruction and kind of comprehensive materials are important, and that's something that we heard. And so with that, you have approved for us to, we've actually purchased the 612 materials. They have all been already delivered to the school sites, so that is super, super exciting. Katie Shipley at Douglas High School said it was like Christmas in May when pallets just arrived with novels and textbooks. And that was one of the things that we heard at DPAC last night. One of the parents asked if all the materials were digital. And I said, actually, no, the committee at the secondary level really felt that students needed textbooks. And I agree with that. And so it's a mix. We have the 7-year digital licenses, but we also have a textbook for every classroom teacher, sets of 40 for our bigger schools. And then we have the free novels that came. And so the teachers got together during PLC time and they selected which novels aligned with the units. And so they have received those. And then last week, we also started the adoption process for K-5. So we have about 22, I think, team members. We have 4 publishers that we're looking at right now. We're hoping to narrow it down to 2. And then our process will be the same for that elementary level, that they will have materials at their sites, be able to kind of peruse in the first few months of school. And then my hope is that I will be sitting here before you again, maybe in December or November even, asking for you to approve again so that then we can get materials here, hopefully for some training in January for our K-5 teachers. So
We're excited. We're appreciative that even, we heard about the budget tonight, but one of the areas that Frankie and Sue worked on was to pretty much double our textbook budget for our office. And so that has allowed us to start this work. We know that it's been work that's needed to happen, but textbooks are expensive. So we are excited that this work is starting. We'll still focus on responsive instruction, but we want there to be this common material, and we want a new teacher to come in and be able to actually have the materials to, be able to do that successfully. And so we have that. And then we also have an additional position to work with curriculum and instruction implementation. And so that teacher, basically a teacher on special assignment, will work out of our PDC office and work with that team, but will be instrumental in helping with the implementation process. The training for the 612 materials will be on August 14th. So we've already scheduled that with the trainer. I was communicating with her today. So lots of exciting things in the world of curriculum and instruction moving in the right direction. So.
And that aligns directly with the second goal area, which is the multi-tiered systems of support, because the main goal of MTSS is to provide high quality tier 1 instruction, which is what all kids are getting at the classroom level. And so having brand new adopted curriculum in ELA, and then we're working on piloting some new math curriculum next year as well, like a teacher at each school at least. So they're lining it up. So we want to make sure, and which is what we have been striving to do for quite a while. So MTSS is tiered interventions for both behavior and academics. And this year we had 3 schools go through a very robust training, 1 day a month. I think it worked out to be, and we're partnered with UNR technical support teams. So they come out and they've provided some of the best trainings we've had in a long time, especially from an outside vendor. So they've been focused on some of the trainings were behavior, literacy interventions, data-based decision-making, universal bully prevention, universal academic supports, core literacy instruction supports, and evaluating their systems. And so all of our schools have had MTSS teams, but they haven't been formally trained this systematically. So we think that's great. We have those 3, CC Manili, Paualou, and Aspire. CC Manili and Paualou are going to move on to level 2 training next year. Aspire, with the turnover in staff and a new administrator, talking through with them, we think they need to stay in tier 1 more year and just get that really solid before they move to tier 2. And then we have Gardnerville, Jacks Valley, Minden, Scarcelli, Zephyr, CVMS, and like I said, Aspire going through tier 1 training next year, or in the coming school year. We feel like those 2 work together to support tier 1 instruction, which is the first layer of supporting all kids. And so we'll be, when Mr. Alvarado talked about like metrics, part of that training the other day, that WIG, wildly important goal, was we've talked about how we're going to just set up times every week where at least our team checks in with PDC, or we haven't formalized how it's going to look yet. So any input you have, but just what are we doing in MTSS? What are we doing in curriculum adoption this week? And checking in like every week or every 2 weeks a month, twice a month. So those are some ideas we have for checking with it, because it's mostly professional development that we're doing, which thanks to Frankie for providing us that TOSA, because we're only going to get trained from SAVAS 1 day before school starts. That's not going to be enough for our teachers to digest a gigantic teacher's manual and all these available materials. So we appreciate the dedication to curriculum and instruction. Anything?
Do you have any input for us? Any questions?
So, over the last few days, there's been I don't know what I'm allowed to say. Someone suggested, that's the safest way, a program for SBACs where we, or they have implemented questions throughout the year to help these kids be familiar with the test, understand what's going to be on the test, because a lot of what we are judged by are these SBAC scores. And it sounds like maybe, and I'm projecting, but it sounds like through our district, a lot of the SBAC, the first time they know, hear, see about it, obviously they know it's coming, but happens at the point of the test. And I think it would be really beneficial if implemented into the curriculum was some SBAC, both preparation and review throughout the year, in order for those children to, one, become familiar with it, but two, have an understanding of what's going to be asked, right? And I would think that if they're more familiar with it and they see it more often, the scores will go up, which, you know, we can debate all day whether they're actually learning the content or not, but for the sake of test scores and what we're all judged by, it might be pretty important to implement that somewhere.
There's a lot of resources. Shannon and I actually one day, I don't even know what we started to look at, but we ended up in a rabbit.
Data request.
Oh, that's right. It was your request about data. And we ended up in like this 2-hour rabbit hole of claims and evidence, and you can find all kinds of information on there. I know we do have some schools that pull some of those questions and do them. Can't speak to how consistently that happens, but our admin know they're available. But there was so much information that even Shannon and I didn't realize was available. And you just have to be able to have some time to sit and just dig through and then share that out. So that's a great idea.
And we agree, because it's, students need to see how the questions are asked, because you can have the standard. And we were actually impressed that we picked a math standard in 3rd grade, and we drilled down and found out how they were going to ask it on the SBAC. And then we went to our common assessments, and it was exactly how they're asking it on the SBAC. So it could still have some more variations. So we know we need to tweak our common assessments, what we do every year. But to see that it was perfectly aligned with what they said how they were going to build those questions. And I know when I was a principal, we would give access to all the teachers to the interims so they could pull it up on a whiteboard and show the questions and then teach to it, have the kids tackle it. And so they could really talk through, how would I go about answering this question? Because a lot of times in Eureka Math or some of the instructional materials we buy, they don't ask the questions in the same way that SBAC does. So thank you.
Yeah, and I think that actually brings up a good point that Mr. Reed had earlier, where he makes a point for each grade level that they're being told the same vocabulary, they're being explained it in the same way, because, you know, I want teachers to have some autonomy for sure, but if that autonomy is confusing the kids year after year or the next year from the previous year, it's not such a great idea. So.
No, there's a lot of research around instructional coherence across the school and across districts even, so that if a kid changes schools, they're getting very similar instruction. So
we also, this is not in the strategic plan, but just a side note, it goes along with it. We worked with Holly Young, who she was a UNR professor when I was there. So that was a lot of years ago. She was my math methods teacher. But we did the 3 reads, routines for reasoning. And the 3 reads is actually a strategy for students to access word problems in math. So part of the problem is that kids that struggle reading see a paragraph on a reading test or a science test, and they don't even know how to start. They find 2 numbers and they assume that maybe they've just learned multiplication, so they should multiply, or maybe they've just been practicing subtraction, so they should subtract. We have done that training district-wide this year, 3rd grade all the way up through algebra. So that, I think, is a huge celebration that we have consistent vocabulary. We have these grade levels that are just building on each other. Like Mr. Reed said, common vocabulary and common strategies all the way up from elementary to high school. There are 2 of the 4 routines, and she will come back next year to do 3rd and 4th grade. But everybody then will have all of those. And I've used that 3 read strategy. It's really, really great. And for our English learners and our students who are in inclusive education, it just gives everybody an access point. So I'm hopeful that we will start to see that, you know, impacting in a positive way our test scores also.
And then lastly, sorry, I promise. You just touched on it also. I don't see a distinguishing category for English learners. But as was brought to our attention also, a lot of the English learners struggle in math because of the word problems, right? And once these kids hit middle school, it's nothing but word problems. So I would love to see something regarding English learners and maybe strictly math vocabulary or something along those lines in order to help those kids as well. So thank you.
I was just going to say on these objectives that we have, what are our metrics for measuring whether we are making progress?
I think that's some of what Mr. Alvarado was talking about, that's where some of the input from you will come in, continued conversations with cabinet. I think that we have metrics. For example, for the MTSS work we've done this year, we have there's a tiered fidelity inventory. And so we have, Jen Mortensen is our MTSS facilitator. And so she works with Brooke Wagner from the UNR Technical Assistance Center. They walk the schools, they collect some baseline data is what they've been doing, and then they can go back and they can track that. So we can see if some of what they've been training and going back and working on that at their sites is making an impact. So we have things like that. And then obviously with the curriculum implementation, there will be pieces that, principals will be able to be in the rooms and seeing that happen. And so those will be things that we work on as we get that all rolled out.
When Davey said, are you still back in session? I can't hear anything and my volume is turned up to the max.
Nope, we all went home. I'm kidding. Sorry. Yes, we're still meeting. Okay.
Any other questions?
Did anybody else have any questions?
Or any other input?
I'm just trying to figure out how we can, what the metric wise, how we can measure the growth of our students. Cause every year they change. Like you have those cohorts that change. Yeah, that change. It's like one of those words I just can't pronounce. So it's just trying to figure out how to adjust for that for each year, so.
I have some ideas. So in terms of MTSS, the multi-tiered systems of support, we can measure that through the stages of implementation. So Shannon Leslie talked about how many schools went through the first tier, and then they'll be moving to the second tier, right? And then we have another set of schools coming into the first tier. And so we can measure that based upon the completion of tiers for each of the schools, and then share that with the board. Well, I won't get to the end of my presentation, but I do plan on sharing progress towards these goals.
So how would we measure the implementation of MTSS?
Sorry, Leslie mentioned that tiered fidelity inventory, and what it is they do collect data. They basically ask teachers, how comfortable are you with using the MTSS process? Do you have the support you need to implement interventions? And how they answer those. Like, for instance, we've got 2 data points already on these 3 schools, and we've already seen a big growth with the 3 schools that are in here in terms of their understanding of the process and using it. So that will happen like 3 times a year. I think it's 3 times a year for every school. And we asked them to go around and get a baseline of all schools at the end of this year to see where they're at.
So who goes and gets the baseline? The trainer does, or our principals do?
Our trainer is doing it with Jen Mortensen, who's one of our school psychologists, and she's our lead MTSS person.
And they do ask for administrators to walk. So if the administrator is available, they'll walk.
I
don't want to put more on our site administrators when they have a lot already going on, but I want them to also help our students become better students too. So it's
Absolutely.
just trying to find that balance.
Yeah, they try to do it, gather the data for our administrators, so it's not them doing very much of it. 10 or 15-minute interview probably.
You just look at me like I know he's gonna say something.
Yeah,
He's reaching for his mic.
So I don't know where this would fit. Obviously SBAC scores are going to be part of it. What we, with Dr. Gore, part of, our training, and one of the questions we asked was about how to evaluate Mr. Alvarado, which is going to be along similar lines, coincidentally. And one of the biggest metrics, and I trust what Dr. Gore says, is proficiency at third grade. It's kind of a predictor of success in the future. And so I think a significant portion of the judgment in this should be proficiency at third grade. We've seen a lot of numbers go down.
Reading and math.
Yes, please.
So we do track for Read by Grade 3. That's part of our office as well. I oversee the Read by Grade 3 program. And so we have a local literacy plan. We have a literacy specialist at each school. And so we have a universal screener that every student takes, kinder through third grade. Kinder takes it in the winter, but first through third grade take it in the fall. It's the MAP test. We will have that as the screener for at least one more year. Thank goodness. And based on that, if you have students below the 40th percentile, that teacher works with the literacy specialist. That itself doesn't put a student on a literacy intervention plan, but it's an indicator that they could need some additional supports. And so they can gather some additional data points, and then they can determine an appropriate intervention, track that for 6 to 8 weeks, progress monitor, keep doing it if it's working, change the intervention if it's not. So that's already in place, and we do report those out to the state. October 15th is when that information is shared from our office to the Department of Education. That's part of Governor Lombardo's ACing accountability also, for the reading portion. But we can
to the board too.
Yeah.
Yeah, I
We
would
can
love to
share
see
that.
that.
So we
seems-
can also, we have the MAP data also. I mean, because they take math and language, or math and reading. So we could definitely put something together to show that, to be able to show growth across the year. It would be this year's data.
Well, and I think it might be hard to implement, but there should be something when judging this, when seeing the percentages or the proficiency or whatever benchmark we're creating for grading at this point, not grading of the kids, but grading of our success. We need to be able to be quick to adapt. I know that some things we need to implement and we need to give them time, but if over years we continue to decline, we need to be able to, and maybe that's further down the rabbit hole of the presentation, but that one's going to be hard. But you know, maybe a certain percentage decline entails either more intense training or a change of direction. And then I would also say that we should set goals the other way also, that a particular benchmark of growth would be a particular number of a percentage. You know, we don't want to set a 20% goal. That's not attainable.
Right.
And it would make an 8% increase feel like a failure. But something along those lines, some smart goals for the district and maybe even each school. I know we're the district, but there's socioeconomic issues throughout the county that are, you know, for instance, Pinion is going to have a different level of success than CC Manili or Scarcelli for sometimes no other reason than location and demographics. So maybe we could branch off of that into certain schools, see where they're at, see what other support they need, and give them a percentage goal that's different.
They did a pretty good job this year of their school performance plans with that. Our district performance plan was based on that governor's ACing accountability. And so they shared with us kind of like, here's where you are and here's where we'd like you to be. And so our goals were written from that. So schools kind of took that same model. So dependent on where they were, you know, for some it was a 5% increase in the number of students who, you know, made growth, or, you know, we want 65% of our students across all K-3 grade levels to meet or exceed their individual growth goals. So MAP gives you individual targets for students, which is great because it should be about growth, right? Not every student's going to hit that proficiency mark as much as we would like them to. That's just not how it works. And so that's kind of built in. And so that is a lot of how they base their goals around that. So I anticipate they'll continue to do that. So, yeah.
Any other questions?
So recently, the kids are finishing up their MAP testing and SBAC testing. I heard one of my kids talk about a pilot for English and math.
Yep.
So do we know how that's going to impact this?
So, I think it was a year and a half or 2 years ago, the district opted to be a pilot district in the state of Nevada. So MAP has a summative assessment that the state could decide, if they chose, the State Board of Education could decide that that would be the new SBAC, which to me makes a lot of sense, right? If we use MAP 3 times a year kind of as progress monitoring, and we can actually make educational and instructional decisions from that, it would make sense that we use a summative measure that aligns with that, right? SBAC is kind of this different thing. It's kind of like the ACT, right? You're in 3rd grade and you have 1 day to take your math test, and your cat might have died the night before, right? It's going to be hard to come and take that test and do well. So we piloted that this year. And so basically the test, the kids probably couldn't tell that it was any different than the spring MAP test that they would have taken in reading and math. There were a few more questions. It is more aligned to standards. And so I think that teachers probably will feel like, oh gosh, this feels good. I mean, the MAP is, you know, it's adaptive. And so you might have a 2nd grader that's getting some kind of crazy math question because they've just progressively been doing really well. And so that is frustrating sometimes for teachers. So we have requested a concordance study that will show how that test kind of compares to what the normal spring MAP would have looked like. And the students in 3rd through 8th grade did have to take a language test as part of the summative pilot, which is something that they don't typically take. So there was an extra test. The only grade level that did not take the summative reading test was 3rd grade, because we didn't want to have to test them twice. And they had to take the test they took in the fall for read by grade 3, so that that data would be apples to apples. So that grade didn't take the summative for reading, but they did take language and math. So yeah.
Do we know when we're going to have those results? 'Cause I know MAP test for like some teachers is like, they know like the next day,
Right.
they know how to
They do.
adjust.
The
Students know like
Yeah.
at the end of their
score pops
test.
up when they
Oh
like.
yeah,
click
my
finish.
daughter comes home and says, I gained
Right. We just
16
won't have the
points."
comparison yet. So I'm assuming that they still might see that. I'm not quite sure with the pilot. So we're kind of like piloting and building the plane all at the same time.
No, I just
but-
figured since we're talking about
Right.
metrics and like I said, it was brought up, you know, my 8th
Yep.
grader's like, oh, I have to take more testing. And her English teacher was like, no, it's a pilot, but I need you to try. I need you to try.
Right.
It's a pilot. We're looking, you know, like you guys like look at it as a positive thing that you guys get to test this whole procedure.
And what
type
would be
situation.
amazing is if they could just take one test in the spring and they wouldn't have to take the MAP test and the SBAC. They could just take one test that would have built on the previous tests they've been taking. So we'll see what happens with that.
You look like you have more questions.
Well, I'm just,
Don't look at Marcus. Don't make eye contact.
I'm just thinking, is what they're wanting from us tonight, though, is what we want as far as how are we going to measure these goals?
I think just any input you have, I think you've given us some things. Shannon's been a great note taker over here because Marcus had a lot of suggestions. So thanks for us to go back and consider in our office and you know, kind of decide how
Yeah.
this next step.
And
plays
I would
out.
just say one thing that's really important is, are we showing that growth? And to me,
Mhm.
that is a way to measure student success.
Mhm.
I mean, not the only way for sure, but
Right.
I would really like to see us tracking the growth.
Yep.
Totally.
Yeah.
And not adding more tests.
Wait, well, when you have the tests aligned with the standards and it's the same format and the same verbiage that they've been taking since 3rd grades or 2nd grade with these MAP testings, and now it's all the way through, like I think it gives them more confidence in that versus, okay, now I have to take SBAC and I can't remember how the verbiage is on this type situation.
And they do a lot of goal setting. Teachers have the kids do a lot of goal setting from Here was where I was in the fall. Here's my goal for taking that test. Okay, here's how I did. What's my goal for winter? That all is in the platform. And so kids really can own that. SBAC's this just one day thing. And then like our 5th graders take the test and they don't even get the results and they've moved on to middle school. So you know what I mean? It's not necessarily a test that's super insightful, user friendly. And, you know, I mean, it'll tell you some things, but it's just different. You get the results. I mean, kids are gone and you don't have your students when you get your results. And so then you can share those with the next year's teacher, but yeah. And then you get a new group of kids, like Aaron said, right? And then you have a new group to, yeah.
And we invested, all our teachers got in WEA. People from MAP came out and trained all them in what the reports mean, how to use them. So they all felt much better about using the results to make instructional decisions, because they hadn't had any MAP training in a long time.
And are we just talking about objective 1 right now, or any of the objectives in goal 1?
We're talking about all of goal 1.
Just
so these are our areas of focus.
Okay, so could I address one more thing that I wanted? And that is regarding dual credit for our high school students. One of my concerns with the dual credit is right now it's the Jumpstart program, but that does not work really well with our AP students. For example, my kids couldn't take a dual credit English and still take AP Calc. And so I would love to see a way for our high school students that there was dual credit offered at the high school, that they don't have to leave campus to take those classes. I know in a lot of classes they are offered in the high school at the same schedule. Right now, Jumpstart is not on the same schedule, and most of the class, they're not even at the high school anymore. So it's really hard for kids to take advantage of AP courses and dual credit, which I think we lose an opportunity there.
I think it comes down to having teachers. So I can just speak from Lyon County. We had a lot of students at the high schools that took Jumpstart, and those students stayed on campus at their high schools and did that. There were teachers that had a master's in that were willing to be the teacher of record for WNC. So I think that is definitely a conversation to be had. I mean, it's a great program. When you can graduate, you know, a month before your high school graduation with an AA, it's pretty amazing. And so I think that's a conversation that we can certainly have with the high school is, you know, what does it look like? What do your staff look like? You know, as far as qualifications to be able to be a teacher of record.
And it may mean changing our AR and our board policy around dual credit, because like right now, any kid can take dual credit, but it can't take the place of one of their 7 subjects they have to take during the day.
Yeah,
unless they're in Jumpstart.
I think that's something we need to revisit. I know, you know, where my sisters are high school teachers, and she teaches the dual credit, and it is their math class, and they get dual credit, and the high school works with various colleges throughout the state to do it. I just think that Jumpstart is wonderful, and the kids graduated with the AA. But what about these kids that want to take AP Calc and they are in just plain English? There is no option for them at that high school to get dual credit in English, history, or anything else. And when I asked about separating Jumpstart, well, could they take this? They wouldn't let them separate. It was this or this. And so I just think some of these students are really underserved, because even with that AA, you do not come out with 8 credits of calculus for college. So for some of these students, taking AP Calc is, you know, that's a no-brainer. My daughter came out with 8 credits of calculus, whereas the AA, you'll come out with college algebra. However, they would have really benefited from a dual credit English, where they could have gotten their first year English, but it just, they don't work well together. And I see in some schools they do. So I would really like to see if we could address that for our students.
Yeah, and I just saw a report from in January, there's like a task force or something with the state that is working on increasing the availability of dual credit and cleaning up the process of approved courses, because it's a mess, I can tell you, because that's my job.
Don't do it.
Let's go.
Yeah.
Thank you, Shannon. Thank you, Leslie.
Thank you.
All right, up for goal 2, we have Jeannie Dwyer.
Okay. Yeah, can you just do that? Oh, no. There we go. Okay. All right. So in order to allow opportunity and access for students, we have to recruit, retain, and develop highly qualified personnel. So, I'm looking at my goal area, and as Frankie said earlier, these boxes are not a one and done. We're continuing this work throughout. Example, objective 1, action step 3 is to maintain an insurance plan that minimizes cost to our employees. And we talked about that tonight. So just as an example, those are the things we continue to work through these objectives and action steps. However, my focus for the next 2 years potentially would be to increase outreach and develop partnerships with institutions of higher education. To expand our internship opportunities. So an example of that, we really need school psychologists right now, really bad, but we don't have a program in the state that offers a school psychology program or credential. And so many of our school psychologists go to Eastern Washington University. They do a hybrid program where they do online, and then we've had a couple intern with us. And so one of the things I do is I participate in state licensure meetings periodically, and these are the things we talk about. And so UNR attends those meetings, and UNR is now working on offering a program for school psychs. So those are things that we work on, and we partner with our universities. We do have partnerships with WNC, and we're looking at expanding other opportunities as far as we have, sorry, I have all my notes. One of the things that we have, we're looking at is offering more opportunities to our students through work-based learning and CTE programs. So for example, the Lake, we had to decrease a preschool program because of need and funding, right? And so we went out and we did a survey, and we identified there are families that would like to continue that program. So Frankie, in being creative, said, why can't we make that a CTE program somehow, right? And so what we're looking to do this next year is develop a child development program so our students at Whitell could help the teacher manage that preschool program so they would get experience in child development. And so maybe we could start growing our own, right? We start recruiting our own students who want to be teachers. One of the problems, so you'll see my other action step 3 that I'm working on is increasing engagement with businesses and organizations to recruit teachers. And so because we know it costs a lot to live in Douglas County, we want to be able to recruit our people who live here, right? Our families who live here, people who know what it's like to live here and grow up here and want to come back here and stay here, or maybe want to stay at home or live with their parents, or, start their career that way. So another thing that we are looking at is that work-based learning CTE program. So we're adding that. We've actually posted that position, and that will be in our Douglas High School this next year. And so what that is, that's a teacher on special assignment that is actually going into our community and building relationships and partnerships, and helping our students to have opportunity in our community and learn and build partnerships and families and stay in our community potentially. So let's see. I think some of the data that we have had to report to the state, some of the data that they're looking at through this legislative session are our retention rates of teachers and staff. And so that would be our retention. And for the last 3 years, we've had about a 4% unfilled rate. So if you look at our certified or our PERS eligible positions, we have not been able to fill about 4% of those at the beginning of each year. We've filled those with critical shortage teachers, long-term subs, and alternate route to licensure or ARL teachers. So those are teachers who have a degree in something and then they're earning their licensure, their teaching licensure, their credential. And so looking at the number, that's one way I was trying to think how I could report back to you what percentage of those positions are filled. So how many people do we have in critical shortage positions? I can tell you next year we plan on having one. We have one very hard to fill position in our district, and that is the teacher of the visually impaired. It's pretty much almost impossible to fill that position anywhere you go. And so we continue to contract with a retired teacher for that position. But most of our positions will be filled with long-term subs or alternate route to licensure or certification. Most of our unfilled positions is what I should say. We anticipate filling most of our positions. In fact, right now, district-wide, most of our open positions are special education positions, which are always hardest to fill. And we have a handful of classroom teacher positions, a couple elementary and some high school level positions. So I think that's it. Oh, I did forget one thing. We are doing some reassignments with our administrators, our assistant principals, because of our drop in enrollment. We're trying to look at how we can reassign and start thinking differently. And so one of the things we've done is we have reassigned one of our assistant principals to part-time help ed services manage the multi-tiered systems of support, or that MTSS, and the English language learners portion of what Shannon and Leslie do. Right now we have one of our school psychs managing part of the MTSS part, and that's taking away from the school psych work that we need. And we are actually down 3 school psychs next year at this point in time. So we kind of need her back. I think that's it. Did I forget anything? That was it.
That was good,
Was
Jeannie.
that too much?
Any input from the board?
I think that percentage is a good idea. It would be interesting to see how we've done in the past, so we can see where we're going in the future, so we can see if it's going up or down. So that way it gives us a metric of where we're going for those unfilled positions. I don't know. Any other ideas?
When we have empty slots and we fill them with critical shortage teachers or long-term subs, what kind of vetting process do we do for those long-term subs? Because that will impact our student outcome, right? So are they qualified at all, or are they just high
Yes.
school graduates?
Yes, so we have various levels of, again, one of our action steps was to provide steady training to subs, and that's through the University of Utah, I believe. And so we encourage our subs to go through training. Many of our subs that we put in long-term sub programs are either subs working towards licensure, towards a degree, or retired teachers who don't want to come back on critical shortage. They just want to sub part-time. We just have some people that are just really amazing subs. So yes, we do handpick those long-term sub positions. We do not just hand those out freely. We really have tried to go with critical shortage positions in the last couple years, but that's been very costly to us. That is one of the things that we've really had to look at with our budget crisis, because teachers back on a critical shortage assignment start at the very top of the pay scale and have benefits. And so, medical benefits, right? And so, that's something we've been looking at as well. But no, we are careful about how we assign long-term substitutes.
And those positions are
Thank you,
still
Amy.
open,
They go
right?
through a teacher academy, also part of the work
okay.
that you'll see in my goal area. I work very closely with with Ed Services, their professional development center, and they offer level 1 and level 2 training. So if we have a long-term sub, an intern, or an ARL teacher, or a brand new teacher to us, it doesn't matter if they're new to the profession or not. If they're brand new to Douglas County, they all go through level 1 and level 2 training. So they get a lot of support from our professional development center.
So when we have those critical needs or subs, are those positions still open? Are we still trying to fill those? And if the right candidate comes along?
Absolutely. So
Okay.
NRS tells us we have to keep
Okay.
critical positions that we fill with a critical shortage. We have to keep those posted, and we have to prove that we are actively recruiting and trying to hire in those positions.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
I see objective 4 has action step 2 with professional learning communities. I know that those are both a hot topic with parents because of the time off and with teachers that find them not helpful. So I speak with a lot of teachers, and I would tell you most of them think that those are useless. And I don't necessarily agree with that sentiment, but there's a reason they feel that. Either they are a successful teacher and they can't empower someone that needs the help, or they're not willing to learn. And so I'm wondering if there's a way that we could implement a program to find which teachers are having success, that are willing to train the teachers that maybe aren't having success, and make that the collaboration, whether that's across the same grade or, I see that Tommy did great in second grade math, but I'm really struggling with him. Can I please talk to you? And so maybe just a deeper dive into success of students and teachers to help the collaboration. And then a way of judging the success, either by revisiting what they're doing or something along those lines.
So, Mr. Zinke, that's part of the direction of the district that I'm going to be sharing in my superintendent report. So it's a good segue for a little bit later, if you're okay with that. Yeah.
I also want to add that we agree with you. And if you remember back when we talked about the calendar just a couple meetings ago, right? That was one of the things that we were trying to do, was make PLC time more consistent, because the way it was this year, it wasn't consistent. We could go 3 weeks without having a PLC. I came from many of my years teaching. We had PLC time every single week, and we worked every week. And that's all we did, was look at data and work across grade levels. And so, Frankie will talk more to that, but we hear you. Yes. That's all. Marcus, you don't have anything else for me? That's it? We're going to start giving you talking chips at these meetings.
You get 3.
Thank you.
All right. Goal number 3, operations management. This is the invisible work that happens behind closed doors, typically at the district office, and you don't hear about it unless something goes wrong. So I'm going to go through some of these action steps. This isn't something that we would tie metrics to, but this is something that we would check the box as we make progress or complete an item on here. So I know we've been thinking about metrics. I would say this goal area is a check the box type goal area. So for objective 1, action step 2, this is continual work. Our administrators have already received training on budgeting and financial policy, but we plan on bringing this back to the forefront. As we're struggling with our budget, we have to always remind ourselves of our policy and procedure. Objective 2, action step 1, we're going to use a strategic plan to guide annual budget development, program review, and new program adoption cycles. You've heard a lot of that already in this meeting. The reassignment of some staff, the hiring of other staff to support initiatives. So that I feel like we're already doing, but that's something that we're going to use this plan to make key decisions for the next 2 years. Objective 3, action step 1. And so part of the reassignment is we will have a full-time grants coordinator next year, and their job is going to be to seek grant funding sources to supplement our general fund revenues that support educational programs and priorities. And then objective 4, action step 1, we're going to review and update the student activity manual. This is everything to do with athletic field trips, student leadership, those types of things. That manual has not been updated in over 2 decades. Sue will take on that work in collaboration with me and some of our leaders across the district, and maybe even some teacher leaders, to make those updates over the summer, and then we'll provide that training as well to our administrators. Objective 4, action step 3, we're going to annually evaluate operational procedures and systems with input from stakeholders. And then objective 5, action step 3, we're going to seek funding opportunities for innovative and proactive technology and facility upgrades. So as a board, is there anything you have input on? I think there's one action step from objective 1 that I didn't mention. That's align growth of total payroll and employee benefit costs to the growth of permanent revenue sources. Since we are pretty much flat funded, you know, I'm going to state this in different terms. We're going to align our staffing to our enrollment. And so that's work that we've already started to do and we will continue to do over the next 2 years.
So are you going to be changing that action step?
I can restate that.
I think better describing it as to what we're actually doing instead of just, well, this is what it says and this is what we're actually doing.
Yeah,
I
the
think-
district has been used to funding being increased per pupil. Unfortunately, we're not seeing those increases that the district has seen in the past.
Right.
So I can restate that.
Okay. Anybody else? Marcus?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Here's my talking chip. You mentioned the grants and the grant facilitator. That's a great idea. We've talked about that. And the access to a number of grants, and then also that would take some off of Sue's plate, if I'm not mistaken. Is that correct?
Say that again.
So
Yeah.
you're talking about having a grant, what was your wording?
Yeah.
Coordinator. That's to go try to get grants and also to manage them and the funding of such, because Sue, I think, said that's 40% of her time is based on grants.
Correct. And we do have a half-time person now. So we're increasing that allocation to a full-time coordinator. But yes, that person does support the grant management and works directly with Mr. Balagad, who is the CTE coordinator, but also the other grants that the district currently has that is active.
Okay. So coupled with that, what I didn't see on here that we've discussed in the past is the amount of funding per pupil based on their classification, whether that's English learner, GT, at risk, or there's one I'm missing. I always miss it. Inclusive ed. Thank you. Do we have something in place to figure out those classifications? Because obviously there's going to be times that the district has a child classified a particular way, but this audit doesn't say that, or vice versa. Because there seems to be, looking at other districts, we are short on some of our numbers, and that doesn't make sense to me.
So we get reports from NDE on a routine basis. We're going to implement an internal control. So 45 days before the pupil count for the reporting period next October, we're going to do a comparison of what we have in Infinite Campus to what the state is showing. And then if we see that the numbers are off, then we're going to have to do some research and figure out why those numbers are off and then rectify that within Infinite Campus. So we will put in an internal control process for that.
Thank you.
Go ahead. So I have a question in regards to, so obviously with the budget, our inclusive ed, our students who require extra attention obviously require extra resources. So there is more output than input. So is that going to be an area that we're going to look at for grants? Is that how we're going to help align our budget, our expenses with that potential income?
That's a great question. So the inclusive ed department has already started that work. They've gone out for case funding through NDE, and they've applied for dollars. I don't believe they've received any dollars yet or our allocation from the state. I will follow up with Dr. Mayfield and Ms. Kidman Delaney behind me, and we'll know pretty soon, hopefully.
I just think if we're constantly borrowing from the general fund to help fund something, it's maybe we should look at, you know, are there stuff specifically for those areas that can help those departments that we know need more funds? So just an idea.
As a point of reference for the board, although the district is declining enrollment, the inclusive ed department is growing. So the number of students being identified as special education is increasing.
And they're using more resources. So therefore, you know, we need to find a way to help supplement that.
And the new enrollees to the district are typically coming in with an IEP with extensive services.
So when
those are things that we're planning for.
So when they come in with an IEP, are we reevaluating that IEP? Or are we just taking it carte blanche?
Yeah, so we have to implement services as close to the IEP as possible. And so Dr. Mayfield, Ms. Kidman Delaney are looking at the evaluation and assessment process for when we apply one-to-one services to a student. And I'm certain that they're going to look at that process as well for when we get new enrollees and offer them assessment here in our district.
Okay, thank you.
Frankie, doesn't the state give extra money for inclusive education students?
So that money is being removed next year in the budget. In prior years, when you were over, I believe it was 13% threshold of identification in your district, every district that had over 13% shared a pool of $1.5 million.
Wow.
So that was less than $50,000 that the district gained because we're sharing that 1.5 million across the state. But that is no longer planned in the budget.
So it's kind of like an unfunded mandate. You have to do ABC, but they're not giving you money for it.
You can consider it that way. Yes.
Yeah, I was trying to remember. I think it was different years ago. I think that they did fund it more than they are now. So, okay, thank you.
Is Ashley going to stay on as our grants coordinator?
Yes, Ashley Mitchell will be a 1.0 grants coordinator next year.
Okay. I just wasn't sure if she was going to stay as VP and
Yeah, she's growing into that position.
good. I think she's going to excel at that. Awesome. Good. Thank you. Any other questions? All right.
All right, goal number 4.
It's all you.
Saving the best for last.
That's right.
All right. Okay. What time is it? Unlike goal number 3, community engagement for goal number 4 should be seen and felt. And when we don't do it right, we hear about it. So when I was thinking about what focus areas I wanted to focus on the next couple of years, I actually decided to send out a family communication survey. So if you have students in the district, you should have received it last Tuesday, and it closes tonight. Nice. And when I look at these objectives, there's 5 objectives for goal number 4. Objective number 4, highlight student achievement and school events through a multitude of media events. I do that on a daily basis, right? So some of these big action steps we've actually been able to achieve over the last 2.5 years. So I wanted to hear from our families what they think we could do better. So for focus area 1, I included a couple questions from the survey. Do you feel welcome and included in your child's school community? And 70% said yes, 24% said somewhat, and 4.6 said no. And then there was also a spot to leave comments if it was an other. And I would love to move some of these somewhats into the yes column. So I'll talk a little bit more about how we're going to do that. And then what types of information are most important to you was another question in the survey. And emergency alerts and closures, of course, is number 1. And then second was school news and events. So it just shows you what our families want to hear about from us. So what goal number 4 looks like in action, if you look at the next page, we want to make it easy and inviting for families to get involved on day 1. So what's really neat about goal number 4 is we are going to have a new tool next year called Parent Square. Parent Square, most of you know about Remind. A lot of our staff uses Remind. And Remind actually got bought by Parent Square. So Remind is going away at the end of June. And we're lucky to have Parent Square because it's like Remind and so much more. There's so many more features to Parent Square. So one of the ways we're going to utilize making it easier for families to get involved is in Parent Square. There's an option you can set up events. So I can set up district events, admin can set up events for the school, and then teachers can set up events. And there's also volunteer sign up. So you can list, hey, I need a volunteer and I need donations. I need them to bring paper cups. I need them to bring water. So a lot of different options there. which is awesome. And I think that's going to be really helpful. You can access Parent Square, and I will be sending out a notification to all families and explaining what Parent Square is. You can, it's an app, or you can access it on your web browser. Number 2, promote volunteer opportunities and monthly newsletters. Most of our schools send out a newsletter, a monthly newsletter, or quarterly newsletter, especially at the elementary level. And I was thinking it'd be great if we could have a volunteer corner, just how Mr. Reed was highlighting his volunteers, right? Because we did get a lot of feedback on the communication survey that families don't know what volunteer opportunities there are. They don't know what events they can volunteer at. So just making that really clear. We also want to create a digital volunteer welcome hub. So we have some information on our volunteer webpage, but also include that into Parent Square. And there's ways we can do that with this new platform. Number 4, create a digital and print volunteer flyer. I don't think we've ever distributed flyers explaining the volunteer process and how long it takes to get fingerprints back, how to fill out the packet. So just making that, putting that in maybe the back to school packets, right? So everybody gets one home, because not everybody knows to visit the website. And number 5, spotlight volunteers regularly across platforms. Again, just like how Mr. Reed did, right? That was really powerful to hear about his amazing volunteers and what they're doing at Pinion. And I'm not sure if some of you saw the Record Courier Saturday paper. Sarah Drinkwine, who was here tonight, I don't know. Oh yeah, she's still here. She wrote an amazing article about our Young Authors Program by Melinda Nealander, and just highlighting the work she's doing, right? This year, she has that program in all 7 of our elementary schools, where just a couple of years ago, I think it was in 3 elementary schools. So just highlighting what's happening in our district, and maybe that will spark some ideas for other volunteers and other community members to participate. All right. How are we doing on time, Jeannie? Okay.
I have a question.
Yeah.
Would this also be something that we could put out to like our chamber and our Rotaries and other our other support nonprofit groups too? I mean, we have like up at the lake, we do the Green Eggs and Ham Day for Dr. Seuss's birthday, where we have Tahoe Douglas Fire and Rotary come at the same time, and sometimes they're looking for more volunteer opportunities. So this would be a great tool to push out to those people that are looking for that.
Yes, I agree. Focus area 2. So a couple more questions that we had in the survey. How would you prefer to receive communication from your child's school? And you can kind of see, text message is number 1, just shows you people want a notification on their phone. But it's kind of all over the board. Email. And what's really neat about Parent Square is families can choose their notification settings. So emergency messages are different, but as far as all the other general messages, they can choose how they want to be notified. Maybe they don't want a phone call, an email, a text message, right? So just making that simpler and making it work for parents. And then another question that I included on here is, how often would you like to receive updates from your child's school or the district? I got a lot of feedback on this survey saying, hey, I have 3 kids and they're all at different levels and I get like 6 messages, right? So, and a lot of that has to do with Infinite Campus. You have to check a box. And if you don't check that box, those family members are going to be getting a ton of messages if they have multiple students in our district. And what's neat about Parent Square is for non-emergency messages, they can set that up to, they can decide when they want to receive messages. Maybe say, hey, wait, I want to receive messages on Wednesday at 5 p.m. when I'm home and I know I'm free that evening and I can add things to my calendar. So what goal number 4 looks like an action for focus area
Haley?
2? Yeah.
Haley, so when it comes, just so you know, when it comes to messages that are sent out by the school district, sometimes it's very hard as a parent to figure out which student and which school this is for.
Right.
Because I'll get one and I'm like, is this Zephyr? Is this Wattel? Is it middle school Wattel? Is it high school Wattel? I don't know. And so it just so you're yeah, when you have 3 different levels, you're trying to figure out who this message is from,
That makes sense.
because it doesn't specify.
It
Like
doesn't say your
luckily,
student's name and yeah,
well, luckily, like
right.
our administrators are really good. Like they'll put, like from the high school, it'll say hello warriors. And I'm like, oh, okay, I got middle school, high school coming on, or I'll say something about, Mighty Cubs or something. But I'm sure not every school does that. So when you have multiple levels, when you have somebody at Pinman, CVS, and then, Douglas High, you're just, as a parent, you're kind of like, what am I getting?
And it shouldn't take you that long. It shouldn't have to be a guessing game. You're getting a message. You want to know right away. Yeah. And I did receive some comments on the survey that they would like all communication to be signed. They want to see who this notification is from. And I thought that was really great feedback. And so I'm hoping Parent Square, and I haven't been able, we're still, IT's it's still onboarding behind the scenes. And so I haven't been able to get into the platform, but this is my summer project. So I will learn everything I can learn about Parent Square and take feedback like that and make sure
Do you need
we can
test
fix
families?
those things. Perfect. IT approves.
I'll do that too. Yeah. Mhm.
Another great thing about Parent Square is you can sync school classes and events to your Google Calendar. Right now, we have our calendars on our websites, but you go to our website, we also have our DCSD app, and I just think it's going to be really great. I mean, as a parent, I have a son in kindergarten at Minden. I would love, and even my husband told me the other day, for dress up week, he was like, I just want a notification at 6 a.m. that says, hey, make sure you read today. Right? He doesn't want to have to go find that. And you can set that notification in Parent Square, right? There's so many great features when it comes to just making it easy so that you feel confident. Okay, I'm sending my kid and they're wearing their cowboy hat. It's hat day. And there's more important things than that, but right. Mom, you forgot. Oh. What? Okay, number 2. Continue and expand the parent learning series. Did you know? The last couple months in the district monthly newsletter, I've included a section, which was a great idea from Frankie, that says, did you know? And it's just some of those common questions we get. The last newsletter had graduation and promotion dates, just like information that we know most of our parents just want to see. So we're going to continue that and expand our topics. So every district newsletter will have a did you know section at the top. Post parent-friendly academic resources on Parent Square and website. Again, just expanding, building off that did you know section. Number 4, let families choose how they want to stay connected. We talked about that. 5, make teacher communication easier and more direct. And that's another thing we saw on a trend on the family communication survey, especially at the secondary level. Families shared that it's difficult to know how or who to connect to when they have questions. And we don't put our staff email addresses on our websites for security reasons, because it's easy for bots to crawl websites. So it's a major security risk, which makes it difficult as a parent, especially at the secondary level, like, hey, I need to contact my student's math teacher, and I don't even know who they are, right? So with Parent Square, you're going to be able to just directly message them. So two-way messaging between teachers and families. And I think it's just going to be a lot more transparent and easier to access and find out more information for your student.
This isn't taking the place of Infinite Campus.
No. So for communication side, it will. So we will be sending out all messages on Parent Square.
So not through Infinite Campus anymore.
Yes. Parent Square is a better platform.
Okay.
And it's way more user-friendly from the parent end. Like, I'm excited. I think I'm more excited as a parent to have Parent Square. Because currently, Remind is kind of hit or miss. Some teachers use it and some teachers don't.
Mm-hmm.
So this will be mandatory for all of our staff to use it and all of our families.
Will you be providing training for them?
Yes. And that was another question in our survey is when they would like to receive training. I got a lot of comments saying, if we need training for this, we don't want it. And I get that, right? One more thing to learn, but Parent Square is so user friendly that I don't think our families are going to have a problem with it and need much training. But I will be making a web page and sharing out videos. There's courses. I've taken a couple on the admin side. So, yeah.
Will you be able to tell us how many families are utilizing the app?
Yep. They have all those.
That
types
would
of
be a good
analytics.
metric, because then we'll have the number of students. Would you be able to drill down to the number of families per school?
Yes, I believe so.
Because then you can also see the engagement level. Like obviously, if you have a very large support, group, like it sounds like Pinion and maybe like Zephyr and like some of these other schools have, you're probably going to have more engagement than maybe, one that doesn't have as much. And it's like, well, then how do we reach out to them to get, so there's your metric maybe, or
That's
at least
awesome.
the start for it.
I love that idea.
I don't know.
That's
I'm
a great
just
idea.
spitballing.
Yeah.
No, that's what I was thinking as well.
And that's what whenever I send out a district newsletter, I look at our analytics and I see, okay, what was the most clicked? Is it our videos? How many families opened it? And that I'm a little more limited because families have to opt in, and no matter what, you get the Infinite Campus email with the link.
Mhm.
But as long as they opt in, I can see those analytics. But with Parent Square, we'll be able to see all of that.
Is there an option for a different language if the parents don't speak English? Can they receive this in Spanish or?
They can set their language settings.
Okay.
And it automatically translates. I'm really excited.
No, I actually was gonna ask the same thing that they were asking. Could we potentially with the metric of what percentage of reach you're having per school, I would like to see you guys make a point of the engagement being focused for the schools that have the least amount of engagement. So when you send it out and no one is responding, or across the district you're having 40%, some fake number, enter it there, of engagement, and the school that you're having the least amount needs to be more of a focal point than, like, because I think I just heard Paulu they don't even really have a PTO, or they haven't had a lot of PTO meetings because there's zero engagement. So I think with those percentages, if we could see who is being the least engaged and then make them a focal point compared to someone that's getting plenty of
That already has it.
Thank you.
So that leads another thought is we do have these parents groups, PTOs, parents clubs, boosters, things like that. Would they have access to help create the events for the school to take some of the site admin off, since maybe they're the ones that are running the event, or maybe the club is running an event?
They're already doing that work. So, and that was one of the questions we had at DPAC last night. And I think as long as it's not a security risk, and I'll talk to IT more about it, but I would love that. I think it's a great idea.
If you're already having parent groups that are already creating, like, we had our literacy night for Zephyr. Tomorrow night, we have our talent show. We are going to need volunteers for our Cubby Fun Day and our field day and all this other stuff. It's like, you already have these groups that are potentially, majority of them are already background checked. They're already creating these events. I wouldn't want more put on our site administrators if these parents are already, like, you have your president or your vice president or a fundraising or event chair or something that's already doing it, to then have to have a secretary or a site administrator then take back that work.
Right. Yeah, I don't see us having a problem with that because it's already happening, right? But maybe it's a printout flyer where now we can utilize that app. So I think that's a great idea. And
I don't know, I just don't want to make more work for our schools, but I want to get more engagement. And if you have an involved parent who's already been background checked and helping out, that's working with that site administrator, I see that as a potential, hand in hand type situation.
Me too.
I like it. I'm excited.
Yay.
All right. Any other questions, thoughts? All right.
All right. Thank you, guys.
Thank you, Haley. Appreciate it.
Okay, so trustees, this is a living document. We plan on bringing you progress updates on a quarterly basis. If
Good.
you'd like more, you can tell me to provide more.
Okay.
But at least 4 times next year, you'll get progress updates at a board meeting for those.
Good.
Yeah.
Awesome. I
Yeah.
love it.
From what you heard regarding these 4 goal areas in the strategic plan, is there any other input, suggestions, or thoughts that you have on how to measure our progress?
I don't know.
I mean, we've talked about it with making sure that where we're spending money also aligns. So is there certain areas in our budget that align with this, with our strategic goals? Obviously, marketing would then align with, goal 4, because that's a budget item that, now we're going to have some metrics with it, things like that. Because then we're going to be able to see
Where
how
we're spending money.
or we're spending the X amount of dollars in marketing. We have these metrics. Are they meeting our goal? Are they exceeding it? Or do we need to tweak it?
Yeah, that's a great input, something that we've talked about. And so I need to do some work with our business office, look at our budget coding, figure out how we can adjust our budget coding so we can easily populate reports based upon these strategic goals.
I think that might help us just make sure that our budget stays aligned with what we need as well. Obviously, salaries, pensions would go with like Jeannie's area, type situation. And some of the curriculum would then go, with the objective 1, the goal 1 area. I want to make sure that we
smart.
stay in line, and we're not overspending in an area that isn't showing fruitfulness for our district.
That's great input.
I love it. I think we're good. Anybody else? All right.
Okay, I want to just finish with saying thank you to our cabinet team. This took a lot of work. We did a lot of planning around this, a lot of input sessions with different groups. We pretty much captured all stakeholders tonight. You were the last group of stakeholders for us. And what this is going to look like is the next step is for approval on June 26th. How you saw Haley's goal 4 with goal 4 in action, we're hoping to add in action pages to each of those goal areas. So then you can actually see what it's going to look like.
Awesome. Sounds good.
All right. Thank you.
Okay. All right. I did forget to mention that our dive team went to state last week. We forgot to mention that. No, it's not your fault at all. My daughter went. That's the only reason I know about it. Anyway, so we had 3 students from Douglas High that made it to state for dive, and they did really well. So anyway, just had to add that in there because I was sitting here thinking about it. So it's all you, superintendent report.
Sorry, we have item 21 information. Do you want me to do that first? Okay.
Yep.
So let me do the donations.
Okay.
Mr. Sleeman donated a 2013 Chevrolet Sonic valued at $2,000 to the DHS Auto Program.
Hey, we saw that today. Sitting in the shop.
Minden Elementary received a $3,000 donation check from the Valley Christian Fellowship. They are earmarking this towards playground PE equipment, likely volleyball stands or soccer goals.
Very nice.
For enrollment counts, we're up 3 students from last month. So we currently have 4,893 students. Now I could jump into the superintendent report.
Okay.
Okay.
Go for it.
May has been a busy month. As you know, we have 3 administrator vacancies. And so I've had the opportunity to go out to school sites, have student voice sessions, and talk to them about the personal and professional characteristics they would like their next principal to have, what's going well at the school, what are growth areas to enhance the experience. And so I spoke with students, staff, also held parent meetings. I would have loved to have more parents at our meetings, but the parents that did come did provide valuable input. And so I visited CVMS, Aspire High School, as well as Awaloo Middle School. We have hired for 2 positions. So you approved Greg Thetford, principal at CVMS. Greg is a former administrator in the district. He left to Carson for 3 years and is currently at Eagle Valley Middle School. We're very excited to welcome him back, and I'm looking forward to seeing great things happen at CVMS under his leadership. At Powaloo Middle School, we hired Jen Worthington. She is currently an EPIC coach in the district. She's done some great work with professional development, supporting teachers, and she's going to be a great thought partner and a great co-administrator for Amy Carter over there. We still have the Aspire process next week. And then in the near future, we will also have the director of IT position. I did have the opportunity to meet with the IT department, go through the same input seeking process. Next, we'll develop the questions, screen the applicants, and then go through the interview process for that position as well. In addition to that, I helped plan the training by Franklin Covey, and then attended that training with all of our district administrators, all of our district office employees, and you as board members. Going over the 4 essential roles of leadership, to me, was a powerful process. We had a great facilitator. We're looking at partnering with Franklin Covey again as we launch next school year, either late July or early August. And I'll dive into that once I get to the direction of the district, because people are eager to learn and hear about that. I had the opportunity to go to the farmers market with President Wagstaff and Mrs. Dwyer, Ms. Peters, Mr. Brown, and Mrs. Ebahar. I had the opportunity to buy gifts from each of our school booths. I got 3 charm bracelets, one for each girl in my family, which was nice. I haven't given it to them yet, but I will do so this weekend. So thank you to the Powaloo students who made those. Bought some plants from our Jack Valley school. And then also bought some little, couple snakes from Minden Elementary School. One's on my desk back in my office, and they picked out the best colored snake that aligns with Minden's school colors. So, yeah. Over at CC, I purchased another plant from them as well, carnation, and that's sitting on my windowsill. So I'm looking forward to replanting that and getting some flowers. All right, let's talk about the direction of the district. And so what we're going to focus on next year and for years to come is we're going to get back to basics by refining our systems and focusing on efficiency and effectiveness. Our core responsibility as educators is to focus on teaching and providing learning opportunities for students. And so the one system that Mr. Zinke brought up earlier that's most vital to educators, their learning process, and to students is the professional learning community process and system. And so Mr. Brown and Mrs. Peters will lead that work for us next year. We will refine that system. We'll likely bring in some professional development, and then we'll also help calibrate those processes and refine them at the school sites and allow sites leadership teams to tell us what their needs are, and then we'll support them that way. Secondly, as we focus on systems and refinement, we gave out the call survey earlier this year. We did some collaborative thought processes with WestEd. The board came in and learned about the call survey and did some collaboration as well. And so we're going to ask our site leadership teams to review that data with their school leadership teams and identify one system that they want to refine. So they're going to have autonomy over that. And they'll do that through that data review and analysis and shared decision making at their school sites. As we come back into next school year, we're going to start developing wildly important goals, as you learned in the Franklin Covey training. And so we'll bring out a facilitator towards the end of July or early August to provide training on that it's called execution training. And so that's going to be a core process that we implement in the cabinet level, also in our leadership meetings, but also at the school sites. And once again, that's going to be specific to the site needs, specific to cabinet work, and specific to what we can do for collaboration across each of the levels high school, middle school, and elementary school. So throughout that entire process, you know, we've talked about distributive leadership, shared decision-making. I think that is going to help solicit the voices from our teachers, the voices from our administrators, from our cabinet members, but also from the board. And I was really happy that each of you had the opportunity to provide input on the strategic plan tonight. And that sums up my report.
All right. Thank you very much. And I think that is, did we cover everything on the agenda? I didn't miss anything. We were jumping around. So I think I marked everything off. And at that, the meeting is adjourned.
Good night.
Testing. Nope.